România și Departamentul pentru Energie din Statele Unite ale Americii. Energia și clima sunt domenii inseparabile. Nu putem construi politici într-un domeniu fără să ne gândim la celălalt domeniu. În plus, energia și clima nu pot fi gândite în interiorul granițelor unui singur stat. Sistemele noastre naționale energetice se influențează reciproc, comunică și depind unul de celălalt. Iar clima, cu siguranță, nu ține cont de granițe. Provocările din aceste domenii sunt globale, iar prin urmare trebuie să găsim soluții tot globale. Împreună cu partenerii europeni și cu cei americani, putem propune soluții eficiente pentru energie și climă. Putem doar, dacă lucrăm sincronizat, să vorbim pe o singură voce și să schimbăm lumea prin puterea exemplului. Când spun noi, nu mă refer doar la politicieni, ci la oamenii de afaceri, cercetători, experți și societatea civilă. Provocările cu care ne confruntăm sunt cele mai mari din istoria recentă. La fel trebuie să fie fermitatea și unitatea noastră în a le rezolva sau să dăm doar câteva exemple. Sistemele noastre energetice trebuie să fie capabile să furnizeze energie în orice moment și în condiții de stres intern ori extern, tuturor consumatorilor și oriunde. Reducerea costurilor energiei pentru toți consumatorii individuali și industriali este o problemă ce trebuie abordată frontal. Și noi, ca întreaga Europa, riscăm scăderea avantajului competitiv din cauza prețului ridicat la energie. Trebuie să inversăm această tendință cât mai repede. Este urgentă modernizarea capacităților de producție de energie și a liniilor de transmisie. Acestea trebuie să poată stabiliza sistemul energetic, permițând și circulația liberă a energiei într-o piață unică, dar una funcțională. Doar cu securitate energetică, energie accesibilă pentru economie și populație și competitivitate economică, putem face pasul decisiv pentru următorul obiectiv esențial: să obținem energie curată și verde. În același timp, se impune să diversificăm sursele de energie și mijloacele de producție. Acum, mai mult ca oricând, e nevoie să fim pragmatici și solidari. După cum bine știm, iarna se apropie. Războiul din Ucraina este în desfășurare și este nevoie de o acțiune imediată pentru a susține Republica Moldova, Ucraina și toate țările din regiune cu vulnerabilități. De aceea, îmbunătățim capacitățile de interconectare cu toate țările din jur. Coridorul transbalcanic și coridorul vertical, la care lucrăm cu partenerii din Bulgaria, Turcia și Grecia, sunt proiecte vitale pentru regiune în domeniul gazelor. Alături de Turcia și Azerbaidjan am deschis un nou potențial uriaș de cooperare atât în privința gazelor cât și a energiei, iar prin coridorul verde am cooptat noi state precum Georgia și Ungaria la acest efort regional fără precedent. Investim miliarde de euro în noi capacități de obținere a energiei din surse regenerabile și urmărim dublarea capacității nucleare a României. Sunt cele mai mari investiții din istorie în toate mijloacele de producție de energie. Vrem să modernizăm sectorul energetic și să-l facem mai rezistent la șocurile regionale sau globale. Începem proiectul Neptun Deep, proiect crucial de exploatare a gazelor în Marea Neagră, care va dubla capacitatea de producție de gaze a României și va transforma țara noastră în cel mai mare producător din Uniunea Europeană, începând cu 2027. Totodată, construim un sistem de transport de curent continuu de înaltă tensiune ce duce energie din Azerbaidjan, Georgia și România către Ungaria și restul Europei. Nu pot încheia fără a menționa sprijinul uriaș al Statelor Unite în proiecte energetice strategice din domeniul nuclear. Construcția reactoarelor 3 și 4 de la Cernavodă se face într-un consorțiu în care participă 2 companii americane importante. Amintesc că România, încă din 1970, s-a uitat spre vest pentru tehnologie nucleară, nu spre Uniunea Sovietică. Și suntem singura țară din toată regiunea care a făcut asta. Noul proiect, cel al reactoarelor nucleare modulare, SMR, este genul de investiție majoră care poate schimba lumea. Salut faptul că acest forum este chiar gazda semnării parteneriatului dintre nucleare electrica cu NuScale și Fluor, ambele companii americane, pentru intrarea în etapa studiului de fezabilitate. Ne poziționează între primele state ale lumii care vor avea această tehnologie. Este și cel mai avansat proiect prin care o fostă termocentrală de cărbune este transformată într-o centrală nuclearo-electrică modernă care va produce în bandă cu 0 emisii de dioxid de carbon. Știu că începem împreună și alt proiect revoluționar în energia geotermală. Chiar azi se semnează un memorandum între Elcen și compania americană SEIG Geosystems. Bucureștiul are această rezervă în nordul orașului. Prin sprijinul Statelor Unite vom putea integra energia geotermală în sistemul de termoficare a capitalei, reducând facturile bucureștenilor și folosind energie curată. Cred că sunt suficiente argumente pentru a ilustra potențialul de lider pe care țara noastră îl are în regiune, în sectorul energetic. Și vă invit în continuare să fim parteneri în proiecte ambițioase de dezvoltare în folosul tuturor cetățenilor pe care îi reprezentăm. Vă mulțumesc și vă doresc să fie un forum cât mai profitabil.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, especially for teasing those 2 very interesting partnerships, Romanian and US partnerships regarding energy. And I'm sure you're going to find out more throughout the day. And I'm more than sure that our next keynote speaker has details about that and about Romania's vision regarding energy in the near future. So I'd like to give the stage to Minister Sebastian Burduja, Minister of Energy of Romania.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister, Secretary Granholm, Ambassador, Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to welcome you to Bucharest for this 5th edition of P-TECC. Indeed, we are the host after Houston, Vilnius, Warsaw, and Zagreb, I believe. And it's a great pleasure to see so many wonderful people who came from near and far to celebrate this partnership and establish what we will do next. The topics we will address during these days are absolutely critical: energy security and transition, our infrastructure investments, promoting clean energy, geothermal facilities, including through the Alliance of Green Cities, an initiative of P-TECC, and of course, rebuilding Ukraine's energy sector and best ways to support the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. Humanity has tried for quite a long time to solve the energy trilemma. We know we need secure energy, we know we need affordable energy, we know we need green energy, but it's very hard to have it all at the same time. So we have proposed addressing it in this exact order: security, competitiveness, and friendliness to the environment. The first summit that addressed climate change, I believe, was in '92 with the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro. Thereafter, in '97, we had the Kyoto Protocol. And few people know that Romania was the first country in the world to ratify the Kyoto Protocol in 2001. First country in the world. and then in 2015, the Paris Agreement. This was humanity's response to what is happening in our planet and how we're using our energy. But I believe that even if there was no climate change at all, we still would have been willing and determined to find a replacement to oil and gas. As a matter of fact, in history, coal replaced wood, and then oil replaced coal, and now solar and wind and batteries and geothermal and hydrogen are the way of the future. Romania as well is very committed to do the green transition in a way that is pragmatic and feasible and an example to the region and the world. And that means using gas in the short to medium term. And our Neptune Deep project will turn this country into the #1 gas producer in the EU, 2027. Big year for us. And then to use nuclear. And you've heard our Prime Minister mention the two large projects we're working on in Cernavoda, Units 3 and 4, and the SMR project in Doicești. I think there are 4 elements for our common success at P-TECC and beyond. And the first is to have a common vision. That's why we're here. And it's not easy to craft. It requires dialogue. It requires a lot of compromise and negotiations. But I believe we can do it. Second, the will to change. It's always easier to do things the way they've always been done. But as we have constantly seen, that is not sustainable. So we need that will. And of course, politically speaking, it's always easier to act for the next election, not for the next generation. But I believe there are leaders in this room who will act for the next generation and do the things that are right. Third of all, we need courage and big projects. And for that, please allow me to mention 3 that Romania is pursuing. SMRs, and already in the Polytechnic University, we have a wonderful center for training the next generation of nuclear experts. The geothermal energy in Bucharest and the memorandum that will be done today, a few years from now, this capital city, one of the most important district heating systems in Europe and the world, will be using geothermal energy. And last but not least, this very long cable from Azerbaijan through Georgia, under the Black Sea, through Romania, across into Hungary, where we are already doing the feasibility study. All this requires partnership among countries, between the public and private sector, and this reminds me of the very important idea of bridges. And so in this country, perhaps the most famous bridge is between Bucharest and the Black Sea, and it crosses the Danube River, the most important river in Europe. It was built in 1895 by a 35-year-old engineer, probably Romania's most famous engineer, Angel Salini. And he's famous because in 1895, when that bridge was done, and was the largest bridge, the longest bridge in Europe at the time, and I think the 3rd longest in the world, he stood under that bridge as the first trains went over, along with his entire team. And after they crossed, he said, "I knew we would hold." And so looking at you, I know our bridge of friendship and trust and cooperation and determination will hold. So thank you for being here. Thank you for bearing this sauna, and can't wait for the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Burduja. He'll be closely watched the next 2 days, hosted here in a full of energy and, well, surprisingly steamy atmosphere in the beautiful Parliament Palace in Bucharest, Romania. And I would like to give the stage right now to our most important visiting guest. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce the Honorable Jennifer Granholm, U.S. Secretary of Energy.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister Mr. Minister, Madam Ambassador, and all of the tremendous leaders who are here, both in the public sector and the private sector. Thanks for the warm welcome to Bucharest. I'm proud to be here representing a great president, Joe Biden, and a great vice president, Kamala Harris. We're going to be spending a lot of time talking about the future over the next few days, and rightfully so. But let me just take a pause for a second to reflect on the incredible progress that we've already made together. Last year when we met, we marked 1 year since Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And today, nearly 900 days since the invasion, and I'm sure you are, just as humbled by the bravery and the perseverance and the determination of the Ukrainian people, and equally grateful for those who have provided safe harbor for families who have been fleeing the war, like those who are here in Romania and Poland and others. This conflict, I think, has tested our allies' resolve and our resilience. And time again, we have risen to the challenge. We've emerged stronger, I think, and more united than ever, but ever so on guard. The U.S. and our partners have delivered billions of dollars in military and humanitarian aid to the Ukrainian people. We've all reduced our reliance on Russian oil and gas, including by connecting our Moldovan partners to the European grid. And we have invested in diversifying into renewables like wind and solar, limitless resources that no dictator can hold hostage. So today, P-TECC nations are at the forefront of this new energy economy, one that protects our climate and our health, but does save our people money and creates future-facing jobs in every region where it takes root. This actually is a $23 trillion global opportunity, this clean energy sector. And each of us, each country, this is not a competition. We all can stake our claim in this clean energy economy. And of course, so many of you are already getting in on the action. Poland is partnering with Westinghouse, for example, to build Poland's first ever nuclear reactor, creating thousands of good-paying jobs in both the United States and Poland. Croatia is leaning in on geothermal. Bulgaria and Czechia are supporting and supercharging their solar capacity. Lithuania is expanding its pump storage hydro. Slovakia, Slovenia, and Romania all have great plans, as you've heard, to expand their nuclear capacity. And plans for new offshore wind are cropping up along the Baltic coast, the Black Sea, the Adriatic, the Mediterranean seas. The opportunities are enormous. And for those of you who are not yet investing, now is the time. This is your moment. And the United States and our global partners have put forward massive incentives to sweeten the deal. So just in the U.S., for example, the Biden-Harris administration is delivering on an industrial strategy which has not really been what the United States has been known for. We've been sort of hands-off, but now we are in the game, and we have developed an industrial strategy that is unprecedented. First of all, we're investing in research and development to reduce the cost and expand the capacity of emerging technologies, advanced nuclear, for example, carbon capture and sequestration, just like we did solar, batteries for electric vehicles, like we did back in the 2010s to reduce costs. Like solar costs have come down 75 to 80%. Batteries for electric vehicles, as you know. So we've done all of that, but we are also de-risking the investments in proven technologies, proven solutions like wind and solar and geothermal. And we're doing that through tax incentives for manufacturing the products themselves, solar panels, et cetera, but also the production of the energy, tax incentives. So the strategy, it's working. Between these two bills that President Biden signed, the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, just the Department of Energy, we have announced grants and loans of more than $70 billion in clean energy technologies and companies. And then the private sector has responded, and they have announced more than $213 billion, so almost $300 billion in clean energy technologies as a result of policy. Who knew? Policy actually works. In total, in the United States, companies have announced plans for over 700, almost 800 new or expanded factories, putting people to work in every pocket of America. In a country that watched so many manufacturing jobs leave, to see jobs come back in manufacturing is so gratifying. But it's not just American companies, let me be clear about this, that are benefiting. Of all of the clean energy manufacturing announcements and investments in the U.S. between 2021 and 2023, more than half were either foreign companies or joint ventures. And since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, countries from around the world have been doing the same. Canada, France, Germany, all adopting incentives, which is great. Let's grow the pie. It is a big enough market for us all to be able to participate. It's a global race to the top, and one that stands to benefit folks from every corner of the world, whether you're a machinist in Michigan or a pipe fitter in Prague. So, in the spirit of that transatlantic cooperation, I just want to say congratulations, and I'm excited about the announcements that you made this morning. We're, the Fluor and Sargent and Lundy reaching an agreement with Romania's SNN to refurbish and develop Cernavodă. This project was the result of an innovative intergovernmental agreement between the United States and Romania on energy cooperation. And what this agreement does is it sets up a continuous process for dialogue and for support and for partnership in exchange for consideration of U.S. goods and services. And we forged similar agreements, for example, with Poland and with Bulgaria, and we're looking to make other intergovernmental agreements as well. And out of the same agreement, that the announcement about this furtherance of the small modular reactors comes as well. We will be announcing a site-specific engineering study that the United States will be funding to make sure that this is a success. We're excited about that. We're excited about the fact that it is replacing a retiring coal plant. That's the energy transition that we're talking about, putting people to work who have powered our nations for the past 100 years or more, who will be able to power our nations for the next 100 years or more. The announcement about SAGE and the geothermal partnership, the MOU today, and LSEN, so exciting. This is a geothermal hotspot, this region of the world. We're excited to be joined by the minister from Iceland as well, which is another geothermal hotspot. In the United States, we could learn from you all to be able to do more development of enhanced geothermal. We're super excited about that and about the technology associated with it. So we think it's going to be this example of district heating here. 14,000 homes will be powered, which is exciting. 70 megawatts of clean power, and we're excited to be able to learn from and support this effort. So, After decades of reliance on unpredictable and volatile and often manipulated fossil fuel markets, we're finally building a clean energy economy on our own terms. Sometimes, when you're in the middle of history, it's hard to tell because you're in the middle of it. But let me assure you, we are witnessing energy history right now, with opportunities for investors in this region reaching a level unseen since the fall of the Berlin Wall. Now is the time. For you in the private sector, this is your moment too. Do not let it pass you by. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Secretary Granholm, for these profound remarks. Thank you, Minister Sebastian Burduja, and thank you, Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have had a great and consistent day debating key aspects of the energy sector. Actually, you are maybe drawing here today in Bucharest, Romania, the future of mankind. The way our civilization will cope in a green and sustainable way, if possible, with the rising hunger for energy. And I think the agenda will benefit from the qualified steering from Andrei Covatariu, a research fellow at the Center on Regulation in Europe, to whom I pass now the Master of Ceremony mission. And again, we are live on the Atlantic Council website, so stay with us wherever you are. Andrei, please, best of luck, and thank you. Best of luck to you all.
Thank you very much, Mihai. Good morning, everyone. A very warm, literally, welcome from my side as well. My name is Andrei Covatariu. I'm a research fellow at the Center on Regulation in Europe, think tank in Brussels. And it's my pleasure to be the MC of the day, to introduce the panels. With this excellent opening remarks, I think it's a very good start for the topics that we will be discussing today, because we will be talking about energy transition investments, critical infrastructure, industrial decarbonization, power generation, and of course, energy resilience, security of supply in Romania and the region. So without further ado, it is my honor to introduce our first panel session, Propelling the Energy Transition, Leveraging Resources and Expanding Investment. With that, I will hand it over to our moderator, Mr. Landon Derrance, Senior Director, and Richard Morningstar, Chair of Global Energy Security at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. Over to you, Mr. Derrance.
Well, good morning, and thank you for being here. I am Landon Derrance. I am the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center and Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security. For those that know Dick Morningstar, he sends his regards. He's deeply passionate about this region and the work on energy security. And the Atlantic Council keeps up that momentum by being a part of forums like this. So for those joining us here in person, for those joining us virtually around the world, very excited to welcome you to the 5th Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation. It's a very exciting moment for us, and thank you to the Ministry of Energy of Romania, to the Department of Energy and the U.S. and other partners for making sure the Atlantic Council is a part of this story. It's worth noting we've come a long way, and Secretary Granholm spoke briefly of a lot of the conversations in the future ahead. But this being the 5th Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation is a moment because it shows that some platforms and policy are truly enduring. We've made tremendous progress in the global energy transition from when P-TECC began in Houston in 2019. If you look at renewable energy capacity alone, it grew by 50% in 2023, up to 510 gigawatts globally. For context, in 2019, when the first P-TECC Ministerial was pulled together, it was around 200 gigawatts. We've seen a lot of momentum on the energy transition, most recently at COP28, where we saw global commitments to triple renewable energy, double energy efficiency, and with more than 20 countries launching a declaration to also triple nuclear deployment. But none of this happens without finance and the resources to help pull it together. So we're very excited today to have a discussion to kick off the P-TECC Ministerial with a conversation about propelling the energy transition by leveraging resources and expanding investment. And for that conversation, we have a esteemed group of panelists. I'm very excited to welcome His Excellency Viktor Parlikov, the Moldovan Minister of Energy, Victoria Zinchuk, who is the Director for Romania of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Marius Kara, who's the head in the Romanian office of the European Investment Bank, Agnes Daskowitz, who is the Chief Operating Officer of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation in Washington, D.C., and George Picard, Managing Director, Global Government Affairs and Policy at the newly commissioned GE Vernova. It's great to have you all here, and we're really excited to dig in to this topic about making sure we resource the energy transition well. Before we get to the minister, I really want to set the stage and allow you an opportunity to reflect on maybe some of the comments about finance and industry, and I want to go to Agnes. Over the past few years, the DFC has taken on a leading role in financing global energy transition. I'm interested to hear, as we set the stage for this conversation, your outlook on how we should approach energy transition from short versus long-term strategies when addressing climate action and the energy transition needs, the energy security needs of the future.
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting us to be at this important event. For those of you who are not familiar with the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, we are the U.S. government's development finance arm. And along with our sister agencies, such as the Export-Import Bank and USTDA, we work to finance private sector projects all over the world. We're open across 112 countries, and last year we invested $9 billion. So of that $9 billion, last year we invested $3.5 billion just into energy projects. Obviously, energy is a huge priority sector for us. Out of the $3.5 billion, we invested $1.5 billion just here in Europe. And the reason we did that is because we believe energy security and transition to a clean energy economy are incredibly important and remain a focus of our investment activities. I feel that it's important to say that we are incredibly excited about the potential of this region. We've already made lots of investments. Some of these investments include, for example, in Poland, $500 million to help PKN Orlen manage its gas purchases. Or another example, we invested in Bulgar Transgas to help them refurbish and build new gas storage facilities, which will enable not only Bulgaria but the entire region to manage gas supply in a much more efficient way. These investments are important because we really are helping countries here build energy security and really reduce dependence on any actors, any malign actors, when it comes to energy manipulation. So we're incredibly excited that this region is not only investing in new infrastructure, but it's in particular investing in its own security and its own sustainability. Energy is really key to everything that we do and to economic growth. And this region is growing so quickly that in addition to energy security, we also have to be very much focused on the clean energy transition. So with the growing demand for energy and with new technologies available, we feel like this is a very exciting moment to not only support energy security, but also to really back new technologies and clean energy as the region tries to really move away from its dependence on coal and fossil fuels to clean energy. And we have already made some of these investments. We either make those investments directly or indirectly, I should note. And for example, what we've done is we invested in the 3Cs Fund. I'm happy today to announce that we've made our first disbursement to the 3Cs Fund, and our contribution to that fund will be actually used to support 2 Romanian clean energy companies. So not only are we supporting gas infrastructure, we're also looking at how do we support clean energy, especially solar, wind, and, as was mentioned here, nuclear. So we've signed 2 LOIs, one in Poland and one here in Romania, to support the development and deployment of SMR technology in the region. We feel that these types of technologies can very much complement the investments in gas and energy infrastructure overall to really, in the short term, make sure that the region reaches its energy security goals, but in the long term, it transitions to a clean energy future.
Thanks, Agnes. I think it's a part of the conversation that we'll have today is balancing that space between energy security and climate goals. I do want to complement your thoughts with a European perspective on this. And Marius, the European Investment Bank, obviously a corollary on this side of the Atlantic in terms of thinking about how to finance projects that advance climate action. How is EIB working to fulfill the goals of the EU Green Deal? Obviously, a lot of transformation in the Commission on the horizon. I think deployment of clean energy will remain incredibly important, as will decarbonization technologies. How are you financing these technologies to get them deployed?
Yes, the European Union is firmly at the forefront of the global fight against climate change. And with the European Green Deal, the EU aims at making the European economy sustainable and inclusive. And the European Investment Bank, which is the bank of the EU member states, is an important partner of the EU in this endeavor, in this new growth strategy. And therefore, we play a leading role in the implementation of the Paris Agreement and of the Sustainable Development Goals. To do this, we equipped ourselves. We have transformed the way that the bank operates. And I'll just mention the key, let's say, elements of this transformation. We stopped investing in fossil fuel since the end of 2021. All our projects are now Paris Agreement aligned, which means that we apply due diligence and screening criteria to ensure that the emission constraints of the Paris Agreement are met. We aim to invest 1 trillion in climate and environmental sustainable investments by the end of 2030, the critical decade. And to do so, we decided that more than 50% of our total investments each year should be in climate and energy transition. And actually in 2023, we have surpassed this benchmark with more than 60% meeting this criteria, which meant at the level of the EIB group more than 49 billion investments in clean energy and climate action. But most importantly, we act as a catalyst for investments by crowding in private investors in our projects. We typically do not finance more than 50% of any project, so clearly we need co-financiers, and our robust due diligence and appraisal process usually encourages other partners to come and invest together with us. But at the same time, we see these days that the the liquidity is extremely high in the financial markets, and there's a lot of capital chasing investable projects. So we recognize the need to build an important pipeline of projects which are bankable in this field. And to do so, we use our technical and advisory capacity to advise clients in the preparation and in the design of bankable projects. These advisory services should strengthen the economic and technical foundation of projects. And to give you some examples, we advised in, for example, in the fields of battery storage and pumped hydro storage in Bulgaria, energy efficient street lighting in Vilnius, capacity building for Slovenian electricity distributors. And we have, of course, several assignments in Romania, advising in the terms of financial strategy at Nuclear Electrica, project implementation at Transelectrica, or climate and decarbonization strategies with Transgaz. But like you rightly pointed, with the energy crisis and the war, the EIB has had to intensify the efforts in supporting accelerated investments in areas that require large volumes of long-term and low-cost capital, which is our traditional specialty. This is how the EIB started as a bank, by financing large infrastructure projects with the help of money attracted from capital markets at low cost. Yeah? This is our traditional operating model. And this will include renewable power generation, development of carbon technologies, or transmission of power transmission lines. But in support of the Repower EU, which is the plan that the EU Commission came up with to address the challenges of the energy crisis and the war, we have committed to additional 45 billion of lending and loan guarantees and equity investments on top of our usual program. And this will again go in clean energy or manufacturing capacities for state-of-the-art strategies, net zero technologies and products until 2027. And continuing to consolidate the role of the EIB as the climate bank, energy remains the first priority of the EIB strategic roadmap endorsed by our Board of Governors in June. And we recently signed financing for upgrades in Poland and Ljubljana's regional transmission networks, for example. We have also financed in the past a couple of projects, the electricity transmission interconnection between Romania and Moldova. In Hungary, we fund the reinforcement and expansion of electricity transmission and distribution networks. We fund additional power requirements for battery manufacturing facilities. And we're also looking at innovative investments, such as higher risk and demonstration projects in the areas of strategic importance which do not find easy access to the traditional sources of funds, such as the Innofin Energy Demonstration Project Instrument. We also look into venture debt or quasi-equity, which is our own developed product to support early stage, highly innovative companies in developing green technology capacities. And lastly, in the area of advisory services, we are developing a product which is meant to provide guarantees to PPA off-takers. So we work with the Commission in this, and DG ENER wants to enhance the adoption of commercial PPAs, including the development of dedicated financial instruments for that. So the idea is that the EIB would provide guarantees to corporate clients, and we have designed and developed draft term sheets and plan to market test this instrument in a pilot project. To conclude, we offer a comprehensive toolbox of financing and advisory support for the clean energy transition, including technologies and skills. We will continue to finance large energy infrastructure projects via traditional loans, in parallel with financing via more innovative instruments, new technologies, and higher risk projects.
Marius, thanks for that comprehensive review of EIB's tool set. You know, Secretary Granholm spoke of the power of policy, and I'm thinking about, you know, your reflections on Repower EU and how EIB's coordinating with this. Of course, particularly seized with the idea that you need co-financiers, which implies space for public-private partnership. And I do want to turn this to industry for a second. And George, as the sole industry rep on the team here, on the panel, you know, when we talk about the need to mitigate climate change and accelerate the energy transition, how does that translate? How are you seeing the policy, the financial tools entering the private sector to help companies like GE Vernova deploy these transition technologies?
Landon, thank you, and thanks to the Atlantic Council and our hosts, the Romanian government and others. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a quick word about GE Vernova. As you mentioned up front, Landon, we're a startup company. We've been around since April 2nd of this year as an independent company. Of course, we have a 130-year plus legacy, previously having been part of the General Electric company. So GE Vernova is the energy technology piece of what used to be the General Electric company. And we have segments in power, in wind, and in electrification and software. We really kind of see ourselves as the energy technology company to support the world in its drive to achieve net zero in the energy transition. We're seeing a couple of major drivers really in the energy sector. We've heard several references today already to the energy trilemma. You know, the need to provide electricity reliably, affordably, and sustainably. But over the last several years, we've seen an increasing emphasis on energy security. I'm not sure we need to create a new term, the energy quadrilemma, but in any event, we see equal amount of value and importance placed on the need not just to have reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy, but also secure access to fuel, secure infrastructure to convert and deliver electrons to the point of use. The second major trend we're seeing is really a drive to electrification. That doesn't just mean providing access to electricity to the more than 750 million people in the world that currently lack it, but also to electrify wider segments of the economy. That includes industry, transportation, buildings, etc. I'd say electrification has always been sort of the smaller, underlooked, underappreciated part of GE Vernova's portfolio. And really what we're seeing is that segment evolving into the future for the next 10 to 20 years. So these two twin dynamics are really fueling a lot of change as we see it. Changes in emphasis and focus on power generation. Obviously, we've heard it several times already today, the need to deploy wider volumes of zero and lower carbon power generation systems, wind, solar, pump storage, hydro, small modular reactors. We heard a reference to combined heat and power here in Romania. We're working in Moldova to look at deployment of more efficient combined heat and power district heating systems there. Continued emphasis on coal to gas switching, particularly here in Eastern Europe. And of course, you know, the continued utilization of natural gas raises questions about climate change and the whole sustainability element of the energy trilemma. And so that's why we at GE Vernova are working very hard to try to decarbonize gas through the utilization of hydrogen as a fuel and also the deployment of carbon capture, utilization and storage systems, as well as direct air capture. In the transmission and distribution centers, we're seeing a wider focus on the need to deploy high voltage direct current systems. So to deliver those zero and low carbon electrons from the point of generation to the point of use, a wider need for interconnections. We've seen that here in Eastern Europe, particularly with Ukraine, the need to solidify Ukraine's interconnection to the European system. And then, of course, the deployment of distributed energy systems through microgrids, et cetera. I think in parallel with that, we see a need for continued acceptance of the deployment of transmission and distribution systems and the requisite permitting structure to ensure that that can be done quickly enough to support the drive and meet the need for lower carbon electrons. And then lastly, an increasing digitization of the sector at the systems level, at the asset level, and to ensure optimization of use of electricity, and to do that all securely. I mean, we obviously have lived through a very interesting last couple of days on the cyber front, and so the need to bake in end-to-end security and the utilization of software in the electricity sector. There are challenges that are going to, I think, inhibit the speed and the scale at which this transaction is taking place. Several references to policy. We've seen in the United States how policy can be an exceptional driver to the deployment of systems through policy instruments such as the infrastructure bill and clean energy tax incentives, R&D incentives. All of that, as Secretary Granholm emphasized, is having a real impact. Financing remains a challenge. There are others that are more capable than me on this panel to talk about that, but I would just say the need for flexibility in financing, the need for partnerships in financing to ensure there's a proper allocation of risk between the public and private sectors, that's really an important point. And lastly, the continued need for incentives to drive innovations in technology. These can be very expensive to develop and deploy eventually at scale. And obviously there needs to be a partnership between the public and private sectors to ensure that those innovations can continue. So lots to talk about, Landon, but that's a start.
You know, George, you covered a lot of ground there, and the diversity of projects, I think, is really impressionable. I'm guilty of sometimes talking about energy transition as a monolithic process, and it really is diverse. And I think, you know, even in this region alone, the resource allocation, the opportunities aren't all homogenous. And so, Victoria, I think, you know, EBRD has a different mandate maybe than some of the other financial institutions here. When we're thinking about prioritizing building of energy infrastructure in the region, how do you balance that energy transition needs with the conventional energy resources that maybe are sustaining access to reliable power right now?
EBRD is a well-known green finance institution. We have, alongside EIB, have made a decision to make sure that our projects are all Paris-aligned. And as of last year, for example, out of 13 billion invested across all of our countries, 6.5 billion was green financing provided to various sectors. Speaking about the energy sector, and I would probably zoom into Romania, our host country for today's event. In Romania, energy sector definitely is a key priority for EBRD's operations. And then speaking about more traditional versus say renewable energy, which is really the area of EBRD's focus here, I must admit that given EBRD's energy strategy that was adopted last year, we are going to focus going forward on the renewable energy, clean energy versus more traditional energy sources, as you have put it in your question. We are here in Romania definitely living through the change in the history, something that I really liked at the opening remarks. Just from the beginning of 2024, EBRD has financed 6 projects that are in total going to provide for 1 gigawatt of total renewable energy capacity in Romania. This is massive, and if we think about the projects that we are financing, EBRD has put around 200 million euros of financing and has managed to attract 1 billion euros of private and public sector financing. So this is really history in the making. This is how we do it. We are financing the projects, we are supporting the project structure. At the same time, we are not doing it alone. We are very convinced that without private sector, this green energy transition is not going to happen. At the same time, public sector also needs to be brought into the table. And in this context, we're working with the Ministry of Energy in Romania for the last 3 years, and we are very impatiently waiting for the CFD scheme that should be launched in the next few months to really be transformational for the energy sector here in Romania, as much more renewable energy projects are expected to come into operation. And then saying whether financing is a challenge or not, I will be provocative here to say that financing is available. EBRD is very interested in providing financing for the projects that indeed will meet our green financing mandate, and I would encourage everyone who is looking to get a reliable financier to come and talk to us.
Minister Parlikov, thank you for your patience with me. I wanted the other speakers to go first because I really thought it was great to give you an opportunity to reflect on what they're saying and how they're looking at financing the transition, because ultimately you have responsibility in Moldova for thinking through in response to Russian aggression in Ukraine, in response to the hardships of the energy security vulnerabilities that we've seen over the last several years, how Moldova responds to this and how Moldova's energy sector has been impacted by this crisis. What steps has your government taken to enable this energy transition, to enable the conversation of energy security in the context of that is applicable to the context of the P-TECC Ministerial that we're in the next couple of days?
Well, first of all, thank you very much, and it was indeed very useful to hear from the inputs from my colleagues from the panel. In many respects, indeed, and I'm actually glad to be speaking from a ministerial position in a business part of the forum, and because this gives me an opportunity to underline how important the private sector and the functional markets were in order to address the challenges that we faced in terms of security. And I think not many people, a lot of people take for granted and take for, as a given, the way the energy sector works, the energy markets work, and the adaptability and the private sector gives us, including on the security side. In many respects, my country, Moldova, is kind of an example, is an emblematic example of the perfect storm that dawned on us actually even before the full-scale aggression into Ukraine. It started for us in October 2021 when suddenly the contract with Gazprom, which at that time was the only supplier of gas we had relations with, refused to be prolonged, and basically they started to impose different conditions, limit the volumes of gas supplied, etc., etc. Now that was the costs of not having options. In many respects, and I will first start with a more regional perspective and then go back to Moldova as an example, in many respects, the way in which EU managed to adapt to a shock that came, particularly on the gas side, but not only, on the electricity as well, coming from this geo-energetic change in terms of availability of resource, in terms of reliability of one of the key suppliers. It was the private sector adaptability and the functional markets that allowed Europe to adjust that fast. Yes, it was very painful. Yes, it was through incredible spike of prices. Yes, that was through a huge pain incurred both on the economies, on the business, on the industry particularly, and on consumers. Yes, the governments have intervened and had the freedom to intervene in many ways in a non-market, with non-market instruments, such as, for instance, in Romania, the caps on the prices. But that was part of a bigger functional markets that allowed quick adaptation, both of the consumers and of the private sector, to compensate for this huge deficit. In 2022, 2022, I believe, it was, or was it? No, it was in 2021. In autumn 2021, in Chisinau, I participated in one of the in a conference, and I was not a minister at that time; I was a think tanker. And actually, at that time, I forecasted. I said that the winter of 2021-22 will become a winter of sobriety for Europe. That EU will learn that there is life after Russian gas. Well, ultimately, the EU found this in the next winter, 22-23. But 2021-22 was the first time when the functional markets and flexibility that it gives, the flexibility of the private sector, demonstrated how resilient we can be in the face of dramatic drop of or shocks of supply. Now, another thing that I wanted to mention is the investments, the private sector, and how policies affect the allocation of these investments. Definitely, everybody understands, and it's like in medicine. If you see a patient and he needs a surgery, but he's also bleeding because he has a wound, you don't start with the surgery. You first, stop the bleeding. You stop, close the wound, and then think about the bigger thing. Now, it's like a little bit the same with the security of energy and the green transition. We cannot ignore the fact that at this point in time, and for some time in future, for medium term at least, we will need transition fuel. We will need, and gas is the natural transition fuel in the meantime. Now, we can, in theory, completely, make a decision that we, renounce to it. But the costs of this decision will be huge and will not be, let's say, it's not wise to do it. Now, the investment mechanisms or the financing mechanisms that exist in the European Union at this point, in fact, limit the ability of the European Union to invest into gas infrastructure unless it demonstrates a case for the green component, for instance, hydrogen. And it is extremely difficult today, for instance, in the region to demonstrate a case for a business case, feasible business case for green hydrogen. Therefore, some of the investments which are desperately required on the infrastructure, on the gas infrastructure, are being delayed. Some of the investment decisions are being delayed. And primarily I'm talking about the vertical corridor. One of the answers that EU had and we as a region had to the gas supply shocks was a dramatic change of the routes through which gas comes into Europe and is distributed in Europe. Balkans have become one of the biggest entry point for gas. Previously, it was one of the big consumption points, but never a big entry point. Now, with LNG terminals in Greece, with Turkey having a huge transit role, with new LNG terminals in Croatia, the region becomes abundant in entry of the gas sources. And now it is a matter of infrastructure, of how do we make sure that this gas actually is distributed from the region, is off-taken to other places. And how, and whether we can use this abundance of gas that can come to this region to basically substitute the model which was previously only available for Gazprom around the the gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine. Because I want to remind everyone that one of the reasons why Gazprom was an extremely appreciated supplier on the European market was because they had this model where they filled in the summer the gas storage facilities in Europe, but in Western Ukraine as well, because it was the Western Ukrainian, or the gas storage facilities in Western Ukraine are approximately 30% of the total gas storage facilities of the EU. So it's huge. They filled them in the summer, and they were the only supplier who could quickly disperse large volumes of gas when needed in the EU. Now, from the infrastructural point of view, this model is or can be made available to any trader, by simply increasing the capacities or with relatively minor investments on the gas infrastructure, on the Trans-Balkans pipeline, on the regional piping, including on the northern side from Croatia more into Hungary and Austria. But this can be done. Now, these investment decisions are being delayed largely because the financing is limited to making cases around hydrogen. Now a little bit, and I see you want to stop me.
Well, no, I want to ask a follow-on question, but keep going, please.
So I will just a little bit showcase of how all this regional picture, how do we fall in all this regional picture as a country, and why Moldova is kind of a good showcase of what happens. First of all, if I were to mention one thing that actually changed the shape of energy in Moldova in the last years, and it was a direct outcome, a direct result of the invasion in Ukraine, it would be the synchronization of the grids. It would be the synchronization of Ukrainian and Moldovan electricity grids with ENTSO-E. That is what kept the lights on in Moldova. That is what keeps the lights on in Ukraine right now. That is what keeps us functioning, even if the large portions of critical infrastructure in Ukraine are destroyed, are completely destroyed now. Moreover, this enabled us in many respects, including in terms of diversification of our gas supplies. I won't go into much details, but there was a big infrastructural dependence on the critical energy infrastructure in a region that we don't control of our country, in the Transnistrian region, which is controlled, like decision of the European Court of Human Rights, by the Russians. And this dependence on the critical infrastructure in the Transnistrian region was preventing us from making more bold steps in terms of diversification our electricity and gas supply sources. It is only after this synchronization, after we have become part of the larger continental European grid, that we could do it. And investments in renewables and investments in diversification of gas supplies and investment in new interconnections with Romania, these are all part of the same pattern to try to build both the resilience and the security, and also create the infrastructure needed for further deployment of renewables and greening of the energy.
Agnes, I want to bring you back in the conversation here. I'm paraphrasing something that the minister just said, but basically there's a need through this crisis to triage the energy system. And triage is a word that reflects risk, frankly, that, that these investments do have risk. And I want to just focus for a moment on that topic, on how we mitigate the risk that might be associated with clean energy projects. The expense and the perspective that the minister acknowledged that gas is needed for the energy transition because the alternatives can be perceived as expensive. How do we accelerate a clean energy transition amongst this very volatile geopolitical landscape?
So I think actually drawing on what the minister was just saying, the first and the best way to really mitigate risks is to make sure we have choices. So really making sure that the clean energy economy is really dependent on very diverse supply chains, not only for fuel, but also for equipment. So for example, last year we invested over $1 billion in India into PV manufacturing. And we're actually looking at potential manufacturing opportunities around clean energy in Europe as well. This is really important because obviously what we don't want to go from is dependence on one actor on fuel to dependence on equipment. For example, battery storage from just one country. I think this is really important to also think about the fact that that has an implication for how we establish diverse supply chains. of critical minerals. So it's not just the actual equipment, it's also where are the minerals that are critical for clean energy transition, where are they coming from, who has control over those. So I think the first best way to mitigate risk is to make sure that we're investing in diverse supply chains that then feed into the clean energy transition. I think the second way to mitigate is really to make sure that the government policies are very much aligned. So the way that we were able to really invest in India, and the reason it was such a large investment is because the government of India put in lots of incentives to attract PV manufacturing to their country. So the governments need to be aligned on what their strategy is, because the private sector, we invest in with private sector all the time. They're never concerned about the regulations. They're concerned about the unpredictability of regulations. So once there is a playing field that is leveled, the private sector understands, once they understand what the incentives are, they really can move forward very quickly and deliver the right kind of capital to make those government plans happen. So the second way is really to make sure that there is visibility, transparency, and consistency in local regulation. And the third, of course, is to work with organizations such as ourselves, EIB, EBRD. We work together quite a bit. We feel that the private sector, not only capital providers, but also operating companies, really take some comfort when they co-invest alongside with development finance institutions, simply because they then know that we are bringing in really a transparent, standardized approach to, for example, environmental and social risks, which are risks that are often overlooked. But we help address those through our technical assistance, through our advisory services. This is really a key component of investing in this region. And for example, we offer political risk insurance, which really covers private investors from things like risk of expropriation or currency and convertibility. Those kinds of tools that DFIs offer, I feel, are a very strong and effective way of managing risk when investing in energy.
Well, let's keep this trend of thinking about these diversification of tools and resources that can be tapped to help propel the energy transition. Marius and Victoria, this is a question for both of you. Maybe we can start with Marius. I'm thinking about EIB's pioneering role in creating green bonds. And obviously these were financial tools when I started my career in energy foreign policy that were really nascent 15 years ago, and now have matured quite extensively. Thinking about the new resources that are being pioneered today, are there tools that you really want to highlight that you think we can capture as we look at the P-TECC for the next 5 years? What should we be talking about that can enable the transition, that can enable energy security, just in terms of the actual financial resources?
Maybe I can start. So the EIB has issued its first green bond, the first green bond in the world, actually 17 years ago, and it was a 600 million euro transaction. Since then, we've issued 79 billion more. But the market we helped to create is nowadays bigger than $1 trillion. And the way this instrument works is simple. It's a promise. We promised our bond investors that we will only invest the proceeds from their bonds into renewable energy and energy efficiency. And with this, we created the interest, we raised the awareness. Actually, our instrument is called Climate Awareness Bond. And we have created a robust instrument based on robust reporting and not only in terms of allocations, but also in terms of impact, which help the institutional investors channel their funds into where their constituencies, their members, mandate them to do so. And actually, this is an instrument that answers your questions, because we may invest in higher risk countries, or we may invest in risky technologies, but what the investors buy from us is a AAA bond. Yeah? So de facto we de-risk for them this, we put an interface between the country risk or project risk and their investment guidelines. So if I'm going back to what I said earlier, that we can see that there is relatively high liquidity in the financial markets, one way to attract this liquidity is to help other investors co-invest with us in projects by ensuring proper due diligence and a good appraisal. And another way, of course, is to attract the liquidity from the market through instruments such as this, which are also policy implementation instruments, yeah, because we direct the money into fulfilling the EU policy objectives. And if we started in 2007 with allocations only to renewable energy and energy efficiency, we have expanded gradually these sectors since 2020 into, for example, research and development of new low carbon technologies, clean transportation, and so on. So to me, this is a very good example whereby you put to work money from institutional investors who may not have the capacity to invest directly into project finance, and you, in this way, you help channel the funds in what is a multi-trillion need market.
Victoria, I want to give you an opportunity to expand on this idea of investment instruments that can maybe be overlooked or often overlooked, that could be resources for the P-TECC community.
In terms of financing structures, at this point in time, I really truly believe that the energy sector per se, whether we speak about public sector, whether we speak about private sector, has the right toolkit of the financing tools. And of course, green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, these are very useful tools for the investors who would like to really maximize the outreach to their investor community, whether these are development banks, whether these are investors who are looking for green assets in their portfolios. And when we speak about energy sector per se in Central Europe, Southeastern Europe, what I have seen so far, and before coming to Romania, I was based in Croatia and covering several other Central European countries, I have not seen really that many green bonds issued by the companies that were investing in the renewable energy projects, because they could get usually bilateral loans, syndicated loans, and at this point in time, I cannot really see quite a large surge in the interest in the capital markets instruments here in the region where we are with you right now. Having said that, definitely going forward, these instruments should be used more widely. But maybe a small deviation from the question that you have asked, and to follow on what the Minister has said. I think we have a lot of know-how, we have a lot of instruments, there is a lot of funding that is there. What we are running out of is time. I think this is something that we probably don't pay attention to, because indeed we speak about green energy transition, we speak about electrification, we speak about the storage, but at the same time we kind of, I think, still are not paying enough attention to who is doing what, when and how. And this is really where I think probably the future events could focus on, because from my perspective, all of us, jointly and individually, can definitely make things happen, can accelerate this green energy transition, but at this point in time, we probably can accelerate this work while working together and looking for the solutions that will indeed come to their result, whereby, whether this is Moldova, whether this is other countries in the neighborhood, who are definitely experience problems with their energy supply. And when you speak about energy shortage at the times when the temperature is soaring to 40 degrees, or when you speak about energy shortage when the temperature goes down to -20, then we're really speaking about the real challenges that need to be addressed. And they need to be addressed not in 10 years from now, but they need to be addressed sooner rather than later.
I think the sense of urgency is a great issue that we should seize upon, Victoria. I would say in the world of time, one thing that can buy us more time and an outcome of COP28 is a very strong focus on abating methane emissions. And I want to bring this conversation to George because of this. There's a lot of efforts to create new financial tools to help deploy methane abatement technology, to help build broader infrastructure while we engage in that effort. What strategies are you seeing deployed for scaling the decarb side of the equation?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Landon. Obviously, there's clear consensus in the energy transition about the role that renewables will play, that zero carbon options will play. Where we lack consensus is around what do we do with natural gas. Most of the stakeholders whom we speak with, be they grid operators, system planners, ministries, et cetera, they all know that there is a need to keep large rotating equipment on the grid that's going to complement battery storage where that can be deployed, but ultimately is required for a grid that's reliable and secure. So in the meantime, what do you do about that? It's not a technology problem to deploy hydrogen in a gas turbine or to utilize carbon capture and storage on a gas-fired power plant. The technology exists today to do that. We've got over 8 million hours of operating experience for our gas turbines on hydrogen blends, in some cases up to 100%. Our entire fleet will be hydrogen capable by 2030. Similarly, we're working with customers and other stakeholders in markets like the United States, Canada, elsewhere, to deploy CCUS systems on natural gas plants. So this challenge is not really a technology problem, but really an infrastructure problem. How do you deploy those systems at scale and at a reasonable level of cost? And in my view, that challenge it's not going to be an event that happens overnight. It's a process that's going to take years to unfold. And in the meantime, does that mean that you choose not to deploy a gas-fired system in the interim, even when that system, if it's replacing coal, could reduce carbon emissions by up to 60%, or at the same time produce a far more efficient combined heat and power project than currently exists? When I talked about the need for flexibility earlier, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Understanding, Landon, to borrow your term, that this energy transition isn't a monolith. There's an urgent need for carbon reductions in the very near term. There are ways to achieve that without losing sight of how you decarbonize some of these systems you'll be deploying now and in the future. And of course, we didn't even touch upon this, but there is technology that can be deployed upstream and midstream to mitigate fugitive methane emissions that obviously needs to be deployed more forcefully, more fully, and more widely.
Thank you all. Minister Parlikov, I want to conclude this conversation with you. And I don't want to trivialize the immediate needs and the urgency to address with the crisis, but I do want to turn our attention to the future. We've been under, much of the P-TECC conversation has been colored by Russian aggression in Ukraine. One day, I think we believe in this community, that is going to come to an end. And we need to be ready for that day and reconstruction and opportunities that are good for Ukraine, good for Europe, good for Moldova. What should we be thinking about in that context for the future?
Well, I think a largely discussed topic is the topic of energy efficiency of the buildings and energy efficiency of the district heating systems. Everybody's talking about electricity, everybody's talking about green transition in terms of electricity. But in that part of the world, with Ukraine, with Moldova, and the wave of refugees that we're going to witness in the upcoming winter is not going to be because of the deficit of electricity, is going to be more because people will not be able to maintain heat in their homes. And it's freezing cold in Ukraine in winters. So I think one thing that we need to bring in the picture is the discussion about energy performance of the buildings. Not only new buildings, but there's a huge stock of former Soviet buildings that can be, and it's wise to be, at least a big portion of it, to be brought to current, to modern energy performance standards. That would save lots of money, that would save lots of energy, lots of emissions. Other than that, of course, all the interconnections that we're doing would probably make Moldova as the biggest natural bridge between the energy system of the EU and the Ukraine. Probably is non-single direct connection between Ukraine and the EU directly that is going to be, able to upkeep such huge flows of electricity. On the energy side, I think this would be the two bigger things: integrating the infrastructure in order to better integrate renewables and energy efficiency of the buildings and district heating systems.
Mr. Minister, distinguished panelists, thank you for joining us for the first conversation and panel discussion of the 5th P-TECC Business Forum. It's been a great discussion, and we look forward to many more to come. Audience, please join me in thanking our panelists for kicking off this great conversation today. And I think we now move to break.
Thank you very much. A very interesting topic. Indeed, we are breaking for coffee, so take a few minutes to grab a cup of coffee and be back in the room in 15 minutes, in less than 15 minutes, actually 10:45 for the next panel. Thank you. for being back in the room. So it's my pleasure to introduce our second panel of the day of the Business Forum that is called Safeguarding Critical Infrastructure. And without further ado, I would like to welcome to the stage the moderator, Deputy Executive Director of the International Energy Agency, Ms. Mary Worley.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Excuse me, a little bit loud there. Apologize. And we've got the lights in our eyes, but it's great to be here. And I really want to thank the organizers, Atlantic Council, Department of Energy, and all the sponsors for the opportunity to join you today in speaking with this panel. We're going to be focusing on what is really an increasingly important topic for countries all around the world, and that is the need to safeguard critical infrastructure. And I think it's more than clear that the overall threat to energy infrastructure is increasing due to a number of obvious factors. These include geopolitical risk, higher levels of digitalization, and the availability of more sophisticated IT and other tools as well. And very unfortunately, the number of attacks is growing. We're all aware of Russia's ongoing attacks against Ukraine's energy infrastructure in particular, as well as the high-profile attacks that we've witnessed on the Nord Stream and Baltic connector pipelines. And in Ukraine, just this year, more than 9 gigawatts of generation capacity has been lost between March and May due to ongoing Russian attacks. And rolling blackouts are now a reality of daily life for citizens all across Ukraine. This is, of course, a situation we're monitoring very closely. We sent just a couple of weeks ago our second set of team members out to speak with Ukrainian officials and other stakeholders about the situation on the ground, and we're working very closely with the government, as I know so many of you are, to support their energy sector needs, with a strong focus on power system security, ongoing modeling and capacity building for key stakeholders to achieve a more resilient and flexible energy system. But beyond the very dramatic and visible attacks on physical infrastructure, invisible cyber attacks can have an equally crippling effect on energy systems. The IEA analysis shows that the average number of cyber attacks against utilities each week has more than doubled since 2020, and these incidents are becoming more varied. Cyber attacks not only target the grid operators and generators directly, but also indirectly through malware infiltrated by equipment or services of trusted suppliers. And as the electrification of our energy systems advances, these threats will only become more important and more urgent to address. And making sure the power and heat system stays on, as has been mentioned in the last panel too, is really a critical responsibility and a shared responsibility between governments and electricity system operators, including the private sector. So given the complexity of our energy systems, we clearly need cross-cutting collaboration between a wide range of power sector and other stakeholders. So to assist us in discussing these growing challenges and assessing how governments and the private sector can improve information sharing and increase awareness and really look at addressing the challenges that our energy systems are facing, it's really my great pleasure to introduce you to our speakers this morning. Let me start with Josh Foltz, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Europe, Eurasia, Africa, and the Middle East in the Office of International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Energy. Brigadier General P-TECC, Deputy Director of the General Directorate of Internal Protection, Minister of Internal Affairs of Romania. And Tom Earle, Chief Commercial Officer at Venture Global LNG, a producer of liquefied natural gas pipelines with global operations And Justin, I see you've been able to join us just in time, so let me introduce Ambassador Justin Sibrel, President for Europe and the Middle East region, Bechtel. So warm welcome to all of you, and thanks so much for taking the time to join us on this panel. So if I may, I'd like to start with you, Josh, to kind of set the broader geopolitical scene for us. In light of the increasing frequency and sophistication of cyber attacks, natural disasters, and extreme weather and geopolitical tensions, how would you describe the current state of critical infrastructure protection within the energy sector in Europe? What do you see as the most significant vulnerabilities? And if you could tell us a little bit about some of the steps you are taking, including through P-TECC, such as the projects I know you're doing on cybersecurity workshops and electricity vulnerability assessments to really work to address these challenges. Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Ambassador Warlick. It's really a pleasure to be here. P-TECC has been an incredibly important platform for the United States to connect with our allies in this region. Over the last 5 years. It's something that we're very proud of. The growth in the cooperation and the collaboration here at P-TECC has just been outstanding. I want to give a quick thanks to our Romanian hosts for having us here and putting on such an incredible group of folks to be able to share in experiences and lessons learned. And I think that that's really kind of the heart of where we see our ability to move forward and make progress on securing critical energy infrastructure. And I'm really glad that you talked about the kind of like the two-pronged threat to critical energy infrastructure. One is the invisible threat of cybersecurity attacks, which we've seen obviously multiply significantly over the recent years, but also the real threat that's posed by climate change to the infrastructure that we have, and the need to address both of those threats as we think of a holistic conception of what it means to protect critical energy infrastructure. Part of that, I think, is going to really rely on our ability to kind of shift our thinking in terms of how we design systems. And instead of taking systems that are primarily focused simply on the delivery of services or the moving of molecules or electrons, we need to think about designing those systems with a defensive nature in mind from the beginning, rather than trying to come and overlay preventative and defensive measures on top of that. So I think that's a little bit of a mindset shift that we hope to see in terms of the infrastructure and the way that we architect our systems moving forward. As you said, Mary, we have a lot of engagement with our partners in the region to try and enhance the resiliency of our cybersecurity posture. And really, as the network of energy systems continues to become increasingly interconnected, the ability to make sure that every link in that system is resilient, defensible, and in a way that is sustainable is incredibly important, because in any of those systems, we are only as strong as the weakest link. And so we need to make sure that all of our partners have the ability to make sure that critical energy infrastructure is protected, both from a resiliency standpoint and climate change, but also the malign influence and attacks that we've seen proliferated in recent years, and not the least of which has been highlighted by Russia's persistent and most recent aggression and invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So it's something that's highly complex. It's something we spent a lot of time talking about, and it's something that we see as being necessary to address in a holistic and a systemic manner.
Well, thank you very much for that, and thank you especially for highlighting the real impacts of climate change on our systems, and need to be thinking really very much more smartly as we look ahead to future investments. Brigadier General Patrique, I would like to ask you for a European perspective on this issue. I understand that the EU Council just recently adopted a recommendation on EU critical infrastructure blueprint, promoting information sharing across member states, coordination in public communication, and pooling technical support for an effective response to incidents. And clearly improved coordination is going to be so important. So I'd really welcome your views on how you see this contributing to those kinds of goals. and to what extent you think that there could be additional work done to include the private sector into this kind of important coordination as well. Thank you.
First of all, Mr. Warlick, thank you for the question. It's a very good question, and I'd like to say that I'm really honored to be part of this panel, and I consider this question very important as my background is in the security sector. So the recommendation on blueprint on critical infrastructure incidents with cross-border disruption relevance, I think it was the correct step in order to strengthen our policies on better cooperation among member states to deal with hybrid threats and that are more complex and that their intensity is higher due to the new technologies and of course of their heavier impact. When we talk about challenges, first of all, we have to implement the critical entities directive at our national level, and I'm happy to say that we are on track with this, and we are the legislation, the project of this legislation passed the Senate, and it's on its way to be approved at national level. Of course, there will be many challenges in listing all these critical entities that are delivering essential services, and this will be, I think, the hardest thing to do, because no longer than I think the Hungarian presidency already asked us how we stand with implementing this directive, and I think they sense that we have problem of having a common understanding of the concept of critical infrastructure, critical entities, and of course the complementarity with the NIS2 directive, which is also, to say so, in the parliament, waiting to be approved. I think it's in the government. It didn't reach the parliament yet. But as I said, I think the main challenges will be confidentiality and security information, because when we talk about critical infrastructure and in terms of vulnerability, no one wants to share this kind of information. So that's why the EU Council came with this recommendation, try to step up the strengthening of cooperation and to find secure ways to share situational awareness and in this and try not to affect the already existing crisis management mechanism, and of course not to hinder with the national security approach of its member states. So this would be the main challenges. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And maybe just a quick follow-up. I will turn to the private sector in just a moment, but did you have additional thoughts on how to coordinate and work with the private sector more in these areas, bearing in mind some of the points you've made about information security? Thank you.
Okay. Talking about critical infrastructure incidents that has a disruptive impact, cross-border disruptive impact of essential services, I think it does raise awareness at the level of private sectors that even the investment in resilience, it's not an efficient investment in short terms. On long terms, I think it will pay off. And of course, we should bear in mind that even the private sector is delivering a part of essential service. When a blackout is happening, the state holds also responsibility together with the private operators. So we did experience that in Romania when we had a energy blackout in the western part of our country, and the Department of Emergency Situation provides sufficient generators that the private operator didn't have because they were located in other country, for example, and we managed to restart our essential health services in that part of the country. So, of course, we do have, for example, in cybersecurity, we have our national strategy that is pointing at the improving or raising awareness by designing exercises and different formats of cooperation and conferences with private sector and university actors. And I think it would be better, for example, critical entities directives has a request for a national strategy to improve resilience for these critical entities, and I'm thinking, and we are already doing this in Romania, that involving private sector in issuing public policies, it's the best way to do it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me now turn to the private sector companies that we have with us. And actually, I think I'll go to Justin first, if I may. I think it would be really interesting for the audience to hear from you how you see the role of companies such as Bechtel in relation to governments and operating companies to safeguard critical infrastructure assets. And how do you go about ensuring risk mitigation on the level of individual construction projects as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And I'll add my thanks as well to the Atlantic Council and Department of Energy for organizing the P-TECC and the Business Forum, and then also to the government of Romania for hosting us here in Bucharest. I think, as Josh said in his remarks, the protection of critical infrastructure really needs to begin in the planning phase, and it very much is a mindset shift. It needs to be baked into the planning. And from the perspective of a construction company, we come in to deliver the construction of an asset on behalf of the owner, who is also responsible for implementing their own security practices, that they may have developed their own security standards, but also in coordination with federal and local authorities, depending upon the nature of the asset, the nature of the threat that the facility might face. Our role then to come in to construct the facility really begins with awareness. I mean, construction industry, we might be building a project and hiring from the local community, hiring union labor, hiring from the subcontractor community, who may or may not be familiar with the requirements of critical infrastructure protection. So it begins with a basic awareness that those working on the site, those associated with the site, are involved in a project that implicates U.S. national economic security or U.S. national security even. And I'll speak mostly from the perspective of the U.S. construction market for a moment, and I'll make maybe a brief comment in the end about how that might apply more internationally. Of course, from our perspective, we have security site managers that we assign, whose job it is to be aware of the security standards required and implement those standards. They will establish vetting procedures for the people who have access to the site control systems, and then also to liaise closely with the developer, the owner, and then federal authorities in ensuring that those standards are met. It's important to emphasize the role that ongoing interaction with federal authorities plays as we develop the large-scale infrastructure projects, for instance, that my colleague builds the LNG export terminals, which have really now emerged as vital national security assets. It's very important that we have seamless coordination across federal authorities so that we're aware as a construction company and the owner is aware of the threats that these facilities might be facing. You need reporting mechanisms so that the employees on the site are able to report if they've been approached in suspicious ways, if they get approached off the work site, so that we are protecting against any variety of threats, to include what might become insider threats. Obviously, cyber threats are kind of the moment, given what's happened over the last few days, but also more broadly, we've seen that critical energy infrastructure has been a major target of cyber actors, both state-backed and even hacking groups. So we always have to have we have our own information technology teams that will deploy to a project to ensure that even in our own construction planning and execution model, we have appropriate protections in place. But I think what's really, at the end of it, what's most important on these large complex projects is that we have that layered, interconnected approach, which really begins with the government, setting a policy, establishing policy, and then defining those implementing regulations and standards, and then sharing the information with us in the private sector so that we are able to implement. And then we feed back to the government to ensure that we're all collaborating, cooperating seamlessly. And the comment I would make about the U.S. system, I mean, we've been engaged in these sorts of measures really for the last 20 or so years, and even more, but certainly since 9/11, when there's been a heightened understanding of the threats that might be posed to critical infrastructure. So I think our system is quite well developed between CISA, the DOE, DHS, FBI, other federal agencies, and then the industry itself adopting very rigorous standards. Of course, there are countries in Europe who face persistent threat. Ukraine was mentioned, the Baltic states, which seem to be under constant threat of penetration and high risk to their own facilities. And that probably develops a very strong mindset of collaboration and cooperation. But in those countries where there isn't perhaps the same experience, I think there is a need for more collaboration. Obviously, it's happening at the federal level and the national level at events like this. But we in the private sector also probably could be sharing best practices and ensuring that we are contributing to broadly more global protection of critical energy infrastructure. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you've touched on a number of points that have already been raised, and I think really point to the importance in terms of awareness raising, coordination, collaboration, sharing of best practices, so many steps that need to be taken. And Tom, I'd like to turn to you, speaking from your perspective as a major producer of LNG pipelines, really with truly global operations. How do you see the public and private sector working together to enhance energy security and critical infrastructure, specifically across the LNG supply chain? Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you all for the opportunity to be together here in Bucharest on behalf of Venture Global. It's a privilege to be here. Echoing what Justin said just then, I think it's in the planning phase that the public and private partnership really takes its formation. And in our case, building LNG export projects on the coast of Louisiana, it's that initial partnership and the quality and depth of that partnership with the Federal Regulatory Commission and the DOE, which provides the platform to build enormously complex, multi-billion-dollar LNG facilities that provide the critical supplies that the General was talking about. And the depth of that, it's not only if I can try to emphasize, it's not only a bureaucracy element and the
in the planning, but it's also in deep engineering and the quality of the engineering oversight that occurs in the United States on LNG infrastructure with the FERC and the DOE, which frankly it's a privilege to work within, because in the end it allows you to innovate. And if you look at what Venture Global's had the privilege to be able to do in the last, particularly in the last 2 years, as it's provided LNG to Europe at a particularly critical time for those supplies that have come here over the last 24 months. It was the ability to innovate. It's the first, our first plant, Calcasieu Pass, is the first ever plant that's produced significant amounts of LNG during the commissioning and construction phase. That turned out to be exceedingly important. It's hard to overstate that in the last 24 months. That innovation and the fact that it was allowed, the fact that it was encouraged, the fact that it turned up at the right time in the right place in Europe was down to the interaction with the regulatory authorities as well in the United States. And so that's something that is not said very often, but it's also, but it's really an important sort of base to say about the public-private element. What's also not said very much, and this is a nice platform to say it here in Europe, is that our LNG export plant in the United States is predominantly built in Europe. And if that sounds shocking to you, it's certainly a shock to the LNG industry globally, who are much more used to building LNG plants out of many tens of thousands of components using sometimes 10 or 20,000 people. Again, in partnership with the regulatory authorities in the United States, Venture Global was able to change the way that an LNG plant was built. It did it in a modular way, and that meant that we were able to build the components of the plant here in Europe. Billions of dollars has been spent from these LNG plants in Europe. For example, manufacturing the liquefaction units in Italy, whether it's the power systems in Poland, pipe-in-pipe, complex pipe in France and Belgium, or the gearboxes in France. All across Europe, the quiet story has been that the LNG plants of Venture Global have actually been built predominantly in Europe, meaning many thousands of jobs, enormous billions of dollars of investment in those engineering plants. And Europe can be deeply proud of the fact that despite the pandemic, all of those components were delivered on time to our plants in terms of engineering. Those modular components that turned up, that enabled the plant to start on time, 29 months after the investment was made, the initial investment was made. That enabled all of the key cargoes during 2022, when gas supplies were very limited in Europe. It enabled that critical supply, those critical supplies that the General was talking about, to turn up and support Europe. And frankly, as a result of Europe's engineering facilities being on time. And that's something that Europe, together with the US authorities, can be very, very proud of. That platform of LNG production from our first plant has then led to our second plant, which will come online in the next few months, called Plaquemines, also in Louisiana. To support that and to support European partners of Venture Global who don't have their own ships in order to import that product from Louisiana into their countries in Europe and into the regasification terminals. Venture Global has been fortunate to be able to purchase and therefore control 9 new LNG carriers. It's important that they're new because they have the cleanest technology of the LNG shipping fleet in the world. So on behalf of the United States, these ships will have the lowest methane and CO2 footprint. They have technology on board which is quite mesmerizing in some respects. For example, along the hulls of the vessels, there is air bubbles pumped out, which reduces the friction between the water and the vessel. So there are really new innovations on these vessels that will serve Europe's customers that don't have their LNG fleet. That'll be happening from this winter during the construction and commissioning phase again of Plaquemines. So those ships, you will see them come and serve customers, utilities in Europe. also in this region with LNG from Louisiana. And then lastly, perhaps to say in terms of critical infrastructure, Venture Global is also supporting regasification in Europe, and as some of you may have seen, we've supported the Isle of Grain terminal in the United Kingdom, which of course is connected to Europe via the Zeebrugge interconnector. So also on regasification, we are trying our best to be in the chain, in the LNG chain, providing regasified LNG, supporting the renewables build out in Europe, which having gas infrastructure to support the intermittency of renewables is the cleanest combination that we can offer our consumers in Europe today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tom, for walking us through that. It's really a remarkable story if you think about it, and you know, the transition from reliance on Russian pipeline gas to where we are today is really thanks to so much of the technology and innovation that you've described, as well as really the complexity of it all, which I think is not always well understood. And the complexity means there's a lot of critical energy infrastructure challenges and issues to be thinking about. But the coordination and the work that's gotten to us where we are today is really very, very impressive. I'd now like to come back to you, Josh. We've talked quite a bit already about the importance of collaboration in looking at the protection of our critical energy infrastructure, collaboration between government entities and the private sector, and including all of the legislation, regulation that's involved. But what do you see as the key challenges and opportunities in really fostering this cooperation, which is going to only become more and more important as threats continue to grow? And how do you see both sectors being able to improve their strategies to better harden and defend energy infrastructure assets? I know this is a very big question, but we very much welcome your views. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambassador Warlick. Look, I think we've heard a lot from the distinguished panelists here that hinges upon how important it is for the private sector and the public sector to coordinate on these issues. And so I think there are three elements that are absolutely foundational to our ability to really solidify that relationship and that dynamic. And the first is communication. We have to talk to each other. There has to be open dialogue about some very, very sensitive topics. That communication has been ensconced in a number of the platforms and facilities that we have at the Department of Energy. We have the energy security groups that we deal with that have embedded private sector and public sector experts that meet on a regular basis. The Biden-Harris administration launched NSM, National Security Memorandum 22, which again codified the way that the public sector and the private sector can and must interact on critical energy infrastructure protection issues. The second thing that we have to do is we have to be consistent in that communication. This is not a static operation. This is something that, as has been noted multiple times on this panel, is a constantly evolving and morphing threat. And so that conversation has to be consistent. It cannot be a one and done situation. We have to consistently come back to that conversation, refresh what we're seeing from a public sector perspective and the lessons that are being learned by our private sector partners. Neither one of us are going to be able to really address this complex and ever-evolving threat in isolation, and so we have to really be consistent in that communication. And then the third element of this, I think, that is foundational is creativity. We have to be creative, not just in terms of the solutions that we bring to these challenges and these threats, but how we deploy those solutions and how we come to developing those solutions in partnership with our private sector allies and partners. Our national laboratory system at the Department of Energy really sits at the heart of the capacity that we bring to the table to be able to sit on a technical basis and work with our private sector partners who are engaging on the front lines of these threats on a daily basis in terms of what's needed, and what the future may bring. Ultimately, the goal is to stay ahead of the curve and to not be reactive. And I think part of that has been addressed again in Ambassador Siborel's comments about really baking this conception of critical energy infrastructure protection in from the beginning, so that we're not constantly playing catch up. But because, as it's been mentioned numerous times, the complexity and the speed with which this challenge continues to present itself, we're never going to be able to rest on our laurels. So that communication, that consistency, and that creativity is absolutely essential.
Thank you very much. Very important points, and really good to hear about all that the U.S. is doing in that regard, and of course the continued investment in and the work being done by the national labs on innovation technology to help address these challenges is going to be really critical. Brigadier General Patrique, I'd like to come back to you. I know you've already talked a little bit about the importance of public-private sector cooperation on this matter. But this requires bringing together relevant actors from the energy sector with the security sector. And just in very practical terms, I wonder if you can describe a little bit more how this can be organized, what you're doing here in Romania, and any best practices that you can share with us in relation to the way in which you're developing major energy infrastructure projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll begin with two practical examples. When we are talking about ransomware cyber attacks, talking from experience, the private sector does not have the capacity and to fight or to prepare for really significant ransomware cyber attack. That's why the states are partnering together in international alliances to counter criminal groups that are launching ransomware cyber attacks. We all know that data is very important for everybody in this era, so not being able to restart your services because you lost your data or you don't have the money to pay the ransom to get them back. I think this will be a drive for the private sector to go to the public sector and maybe try to not be to have a secrecy about their commercial confidentiality and let the security experts be part of the team that are trying to solve the cybersecurity incident. From the opposite side, we've also experienced a situation when during a cybersecurity incident, we called for the private sector experts because there is where innovation and research is, and they do have powerful tools that can help the public experts to manage cybersecurity incidents. Now, going to a hybrid spectrum of hostile activities, let's not forget disinformation. If a private operator confronts with disinformation, for sure it would be better for him to have as his partner the public sector, because we talk about critical infrastructures, any threat to critical infrastructure in a national point of view, it is a national security threat. So we are preparing constantly for countering and preventing this kind of threats, and for sure we will be able to be of much help in countering disinformation, for example. And we do have lessons learned in Romania. And of course, as I mentioned to the previous question, we do pay attention to the necessity of constantly raising awareness and training together, and that's why earlier than last week we conducted a tabletop exercise that involved private sector and in a very hybrid scenario and with a very important energy project relevant for Romania and I'll say regional importance. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for talking a little bit about what you're doing with respect to cyber attacks. And I think it is a really good example of an area where private and public sector collaboration is really so important. I think your point too on raising awareness, as has already been mentioned, just couldn't be more important and certainly timely. I think was briefly alluded to, but we had such a very concerning example of disruptions to global IT infrastructure assets less than a week ago, and just how impactful they can be. So raising awareness to the possibility of these unexpected events is certainly really very important. Justin, I'm going to come back to you again, and we've talked about the increasing sophistication of cyber attacks and threats to infrastructure, and wanted to ask you, as you look at your operations at Bechtel, how you look at sort of the full range of threats, how they're taken into account in safeguarding your projects, and could you reflect a little bit on some of the innovative solutions or technologies that are being adopted by companies such as yours to enhance the security of critical infrastructure? Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, Mary. I guess the first observation I would make is that the categories of what is considered to be critical infrastructure are already quite broad. I mean, the CISA, which is the U.S. government's cyber sort of defense organization, has identified 16 different sectors, and Bechtel is currently active in at least 10 of those. We're constructing projects like LNG, export terminals, commercial nuclear facilities, defense industrial facilities, transport projects, advanced manufacturing, among others, each of which falls into one of those 16 categories. So the spread and the reach of what we might consider to be critical infrastructure is already broad, but it's also growing as we see this emphasis upon the onshoring and nearshoring of supply chains. As Tom mentioned, if you're modularizing construction of a vital project in the US and Europe, that means that the supply chain in Europe needs to be secured just as the supply chain in the nearby area needs to be secured. Same thing for the importance upon energy security. As these become really key focus areas of national governments impacting national security, I think the threat levels will rise. I mean, the attack on the Colonial Pipeline a couple of years ago is a pretty good example of this. This was an attack on a network that really shut down the United States gas distribution network for a very uncomfortable number of days, and had all kinds of ripple effects into the American economy. And that kind of attack is, once people see the impacts, I mean, that becomes attractive for others, and not least, I think, from state actors who will look to disrupt the effort that we're all making currently to harden and ensure that we have access to the key materials and the energy we require. One area that we are increasingly involved in as a company is in the area of advanced manufacturing. We are building semiconductor fabrication plants in the United States and pursuing that work elsewhere around the world. Now, there's a great emphasis upon manufacturing of semiconductors. These advanced semiconductors that will power AI into the future are really only built in a few countries around the world. And so those projects, and the output will impact countries' national security. So those are the kinds of projects that really need to be protected, again, just as we protect our critical energy infrastructure. technology systems to defend against the kinds of attacks you're talking about, particularly sophisticated cyber attacks, require a lot of investment in research. I mean, Bechtel established a cyber lab decades ago because we began to see the leading edge of cyber attacks affecting the kinds of projects we're involved in. And I would say that we are of the size and the experience to be able to maintain that kind of an effort. Also, we have projects in where we work directly for the U.S. government on sensitive projects in the defense and in the energy fields. And we've been able to take some of the learnings from those projects and bring those into our private sector work. But I would say that we're relatively unique in that regard. Not all companies have that kind of capability to bring in and resource a dedicated cyber lab. So for those companies that maybe need capacity building or some awareness of the threats, I think that's another area where we can all collaborate to ensure that for these projects determined to be of national security importance, everyone involved, to include the contractors, are equally capable of addressing and implementing the required safety standards.
Great, thank you very much. And Tom, I'm going to ask you a similar question from your company's perspective. What emerging threats do you see on the horizon, particularly concerning, once again, LNG infrastructure and projects? And how do you, as a company, ensure that a cohesive sort of strategic approach is taking to mitigate these emerging, both climate-related and man-made threats? Thank you.
Well, thank you. Look, I think safety and security remain the foundation, the license to operate for any LNG exporter, and our continuous operations to supply liquefied gas in a stable manner is the key point there. So safety and security remain at the highest level on our agenda, and implementing the procedures that result in those plants, and Calcasieu Pass, Plaquemines, and CP2 on having the highest standards is the most important thing. That goes for hardware, software, personnel, and so on. And of course that extends to shipping as well. And now when we think about LNG shipping around the world, of course there are sensitive areas, there are difficult areas to pass through, currently the Straits of Hormuz, for example. And so we need to be cognizant of that as the ships of Venture Global move around. And that's at the front of our mind in the same way it is for all LNG shippers. It points to the need for diversity. It points to the flexibility of LNG is to make sure that it navigates, so to speak, around challenges that occur in the world. So LNG as a product anyway is clearly a very good tool from a national security point of view, and the diversity of that liquefied supply arriving alongside pipeline supplies is the right approach. And then maybe lastly, I think we all need to be cognizant about, at least on our side, and I'm sure it's the case in perhaps the nuclear industry as well, or other critical supply industries, of the threat of misinformation. I think we should be realists about that. There has been, for gas, a high level of misinformation about liquefied gas and of course regasified LNG, and where it fits in the energy picture. As renewables build out, we have a choice in the world of how to complement those renewables and balance them on the electric grid, whether you choose coal or you choose gas, and of course nuclear as it builds out and arrives, and in full complement to Romania for its emerging nuclear program. But gas has a significant role to play. It's important that the right data points are available and supported when it comes to the nature of where that gas is coming from, the origin of that gas, and the way in certain countries like America, enormous efforts have been made to improve the way gas is produced. And yet, of course, for those that want to provide alternative facts about that, we just need to be cognizant, I think, in the industry and in these kind of communication forums about making sure that the real facts get there, because as has been shown in the last 2 or 3 years, projects that provide LNG, and certainly our next project, CP2, which has customers in Europe who are waiting for those critical supplies to arrive from 2027 onwards, those kind of projects are very, very important. And so we need to play our role on the information side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and those are all really important additional points. Thank you also for touching on what is, I know, an ongoing challenge with respect to shipping and lanes and the geopolitical threats that are impacting the movement of those cargoes. I want to ask if any of our panelists have any last words, anything we haven't touched on? Right. Okay, well, I just really want to thank all of you for participating here. I think this has been a really fruitful discussion, not only about identifying the threats, which I think many of us are aware of, and yet you highlighted a lot of them that sometimes we forget about. I think complexity was one point that you had made, Tom. It really is a challenging world that we live in, but what we can try to do with these kinds of discussions is identify approaches and ways in which we can best mitigate and deal with the ongoing challenges. We heard about the importance of diversification. That I think is critical in terms of ongoing energy security, but raising awareness, improving coordination and communication, and really strengthening our public sector collaboration and partnership and information sharing on these challenges, really thinking ahead as we're building new infrastructure as well. That'll really be fit for the future is so important. So let me just end by thanking all of you and invite the audience to give a warm round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel and discussions. We are breaking for lunch now, so I would like to invite the audience to go in the TECC UNESCO room for lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m., but before going, just want to remind you that we will have parallel sessions. So for those interested in attending the panel entitled Industrial Decarbonization, Protecting Communities and Promoting, please reconvene here in Uniri room, and the session will be live streamed for those online. For those interested in joining the first 2 Green Cities panels, so the first one is entitled Cities as Laboratories for Innovation, please join us in Yorga room. And for those joining online, the Green Cities sessions, both of them will be recorded and streamed tomorrow afternoon. So bon appetit, and please come back in the room at 1 p.m. Thank you. Please take your seats. We are starting now. Thank you very much for coming back in the room. I hope you enjoyed lunch and you're back in the hot room for hot topics to being discussed. So, once again, for those interested in attending the panel on industrial decarbonization, you are here, you're in the right room. This is also streamed online, and for those of you that are interested in the Green Cities panel, you need to find and to go to Yorga Room, and that session will be recorded and posted tomorrow afternoon online. So, without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Tamara Lagurashvili, Director for Central and Eastern Europe Clean Air Task Force. Tamara, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I really admire all of your bravery who are still here, and we hope to have an engaging panel about industrial decarbonization. I think right now we are really in a very interesting time globally. We are facing the major geopolitical shifts. We are also entering the era of the disrupted supply chains, but we are also seeing increased interest in rebuilding the supply chains by reinvigorated economic partnerships across the globe. And we also see the vertical integration of the supply chain by the companies. On the other hand, we also are entering and are also already witnessing a year of the super elections, where we have dozens of elections really across the globe. We just finished the European Parliament elections, decisions of which are still trickling down and will shape our work in the coming months and years. We are obviously having high anticipation for the US elections, and obviously Ukrainian brave soldiers are still continuing to fight for their freedom and territorial integrity, but also all of our freedom. So there is a lot of volatility and lots of uncertainty in the world, and companies and governments really have to navigate that. So it is very important in all this uncertainty to keep certain things really high on the agenda. Retaining the industrial base and economic prosperity, and making sure the decisions are really people-centric and they are delivering the benefits to the community, and we are engaging with the communities and understanding what they need and how we can really help them through the transition, so the transition happens for them rather than to them. So to really unlock this very important conversation about industrial decarbonization, retaining the industrial competitiveness, but also how the communities can be empowered so that they can co-create the industrial strategies with the governments, with the private companies. Today we have a stellar panel, so let me introduce them. Kamil Šaško, the First State Secretary of Ministry of Economy of Slovak Republic. We have Virgil Daniel Popescu, former Energy Minister of Romania and member of the European Parliament. And we have Sebastian Enake, Head of Mergers and Acquisitions at Monson. We also have one more panelist, which we hope that we will be joining very shortly. So, State Secretary, let's start with Slovakia. I think what might not be really known, but maybe it is known already in the audience, to unpack kind of a success story of Slovakia. You are one of those few countries which actually exceeded the expectation when it comes to the coal phase-out. Your expected timeline for coal phase-out was 2030, but you have done it much earlier, actually 6 years earlier than the timeline. You shut down the last coal power plants this March, right? And then obviously there is nuclear in the mix. So right now your electricity mix, which is mostly comprised of the renewables and the nuclear energy, is one of the cleanest, if not the cleanest, in the European Union. Could you talk a little bit about how did you get to this transition, and what kind of community engagement did it take to make sure that you had public support and societal buy-in for this energy transition journey?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to speak here. And I think it's an excellent job from the organizers to put such a platform together to share perhaps also the best practices among friends and partners within this forum. Indeed, we have been able to close the 2 last coal mines within the last 6 to 8 months. In fact, personally, I was closing them both, and we consider it a great success, because truly the energy production in Slovakia is now almost fully carbon-free. This is mainly thanks to the nuclear energy, and we have big plans also towards the future. We just opened the 3rd unit at the nuclear power plant. We will open another one next year, and we already declared that we will be building a brand new one on the horizon of the next 15 years. So we said very clearly what our expectations toward the future in terms of the production of the energy is. And this is first fundamental answer to your question, is the predictability. To give the right symbol, to right signals, and it's all about the problem that we in Slovakia, but I think also on the general fora we face, and I call it the continuity of discontinuity. You know, with each new government, each new leadership, it often happens that new priorities are set, new goals, new ambitions, new milestones, and usually, in particular with activities like decarbonization, these are long-term agendas, and we as a society need to make sure that we are on one boat and we accept the road that we need to take. Now, it also comes, of course, with many hurdles, which I will be hopefully able to talk about. For example, in the regions, the coal regions, the fundamental question is how to make sure that the transformation is not only green and not only digital, but also social, because the social implications on the people that for decades were working, for example, in a coal mine, it's fundamental so that they see the future, they accept it. So we spend a lot of attention in the government to make sure that we find proper programs for their requalification, so they find new jobs with new and more added value with industries or within the segments that will actually help to contribute to the decarbonization goals of the country as a whole. So, for example, the two coal plants or two coal areas, one will be used, for example, for the future use of the hydrogen, because the infrastructure is there, and then the second location we are currently studying in cooperation with international partners, and we are thinking of building the new small modular reactors there, or the photovoltaics. So because the infrastructure is there, we want to use it from the energy perspective to make sure that the new sources which will be needed will be indeed green and will contribute to the decarbonization of the sectors that are present in those regions.
Thank you, State Secretary. If I may have just a very short follow-up question. When you talk about the transition, coal to hydrogen, we also hear coal to SMRs. There is a multiple variations of how the coal regions can be repurposed. And in Central and Eastern Europe, where we have the highest numbers of the just transition regions, so this is a common issue and challenge, obviously with the different timelines across the countries. But are you working together with the countries in the region to share some of the best practice and lessons learned? Because a little bit later, Sebastian and Ake will bring some of the success stories of how it is being done in Romania. And I think one of the values and virtues of the conference like P-TECC is to foster this kind of cross-country collaboration, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel every time we do this. So if you could talk about...
Absolutely. If I stay only within the energy sector, I think that's what is the core principle of functioning of the European Union and beyond, to share the best practices, to cooperate with neighbors, but not only neighbors. We have many initiatives within our region with all our neighbors, with Poland in the use of, for example, geotherm or the gas, with Czech Republic, obviously, with Hungary, and also with Austria. But even more importantly, we are trying utmost to put into all our activities also our friends in Ukraine, because their energy situation is rather extremely difficult, and it's coming worse and worse every day. So we are working on many cross-border projects and trying to identify ways how to help them. So yes, these decarbonization climate projects cannot be done within one country, particularly, for example, small country like Slovakia, but we need to cooperate also on a regional basis. And this cooperation, for example, when we talk about the future of the transition of the gas, you know that the contract between Russia and Ukraine is about to end by the end of this year, and any alternative, for example, for Slovakia, is really reliant on cooperation with our partners. For example, including with Romania when we are talking about the South Stream and the South Corridor. So yes, we need to cooperate, and that's what it's all about.
Thank you, State Secretary. Minister Popescu, next to you, one of the things that State Secretary has mentioned, a very interesting term, discontinuity of continuity. Also understanding continuity of discontinuity. Actually overcoming the political short-termism and understanding how we can develop the policies that can be more enduring and durable, right? So I think Romania offers another very important test case in the region where you have diversified the solutions portfolio quite a bit. And earlier on the first or second panel, the Minister of Energy, your colleague from Moldova, was talking about the cost of having no options, especially in the wake of Russia's war in Ukraine. Romania serves as a good example of diversifying the solutions portfolio. Apart from renewables, this year also the new law on the offshore wind has been adopted, obviously on nuclear, Cernavoda 1, and hopefully the other units will be also coming online. The SMR, as Minister Burduja has mentioned, is still going further. If you could reflect about how did the diversity of the technological portfolio came with the energy transition during your period, and maybe talk a little bit about these durable policies that are very important to make sure that once certain government and certain politician goes away, that the policies still don't go away, but they really are in place to ensure the investor confidence.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me in this panel. I hope that decarbonization will lower the temperature in this room because it's too hot. Yes, we have to start 4 years ago. It wasn't so easy 4 years ago. Now it looks not easy, but it looks better. Let's start 4 years ago when we had the same mix, but we had some frozen legal framework. We had some frozen projects. We had the nuclear project frozen with Chinese. So we unfrozen them, and then we put it on the right track with our American partners and European partners. So now we can talk about units 3 and 4 with this consortium of partners. We can talk about SMRs, but not only about SMRs, we can talk about Romania as a regional hub of SMRs, of technology, and also of know-how and teaching students. If you know, Romania has the first SMR simulator in the region, so we at the Polytechnical University of Bucharest, and now we are very proud of this, that together with our American friends we did that, and we can cooperate with all the countries in the region in this direction. Also, we have coal, but we also managed to have a phase out of coal. We said 2030, 2032. It's not easy to do it quickly. We managed to have a restructuring plan to the biggest company of producing energy of coal. It's a Complexul Energetic Oltenia, with a PPP, with encouraging Complexul Energetic Oltenia to have private partners in order to build gas facility of production of energy, and also to have renewables. After this restructuring plan, together with private partners, Complexul Energetic Oltenia will have 1.3 gigawatts of gas and electricity produced by gas, and 700 megawatts produced by renewables. But we also have our own resources. That's why I said it's easier for us, because we rely on our own resources of gas, and we want to use gas, and we are committed to use gas as a transition fuel in order to reach net zero in 2050. Of course, renewables is a major pillar in our energy mix. We have resilience plan, we have modernization plan, we have modernization fund, we have a lot, billions of euro from European Union to invest in the renewables, wind and solar, and also storage. Give you an example, on resilience plan, we have project of 1.8 gigawatts on solar and wind, and 1.8 gigawatts of storage. But we also recently, my colleague Sebastian Borduja finished the contract for difference framework, and we will start also CFD on Romanian market. So we have nuclear. We have nuclear, we have gas as a transition fuel, and on top of that we have renewables and storage capacity. And now we develop what we have underground geothermal resources. The first memorandum will be signed, I think, today or tomorrow. Elchen, the company that delivers heat to Bucharest, will sign with an American company memorandum of developing geothermal energy in heating Bucharest. It wasn't easy, but step by step we did it, and I am very glad and I am very pleased to see that my colleague is continuing all the projects that we started and even develop more in the same direction. So we can say that government after government, beginning with end of 2019, the energy policy of Romania is continuing and is dealing with the same objective, net zero and independence of Romania in the field of energy and supplying of gas. We have gas in the Black Sea. We'll extract those gas, and of course we cannot consume all the gas in Romania, so we'll be a reliable supplier for Moldovan from the region here in this region.
Minister Popescu, thank you so much. Another aspect, because you mentioned obviously that EU support has been critical as well to make sure that the projects go through. You have mentioned the modernization fund, the cohesion fund. So could you speak a little bit about, in your experience, what has been the key financial challenges that you have faced and how you have been able to overcome them with the EU funding, but also matching with the national funding and mobilizing the private capital?
Yes, we have EU funds, but for example, in the state aid that we need to phase out coal, we need national funds. We only need European Union approval, but we have to deal with a lot of budgetary constraints in order to resolve those phase out of coal. But we managed to do it because we took also in consideration that if we look on medium and long term, the cost of having the coal in surviving, let's say like this, is more than giving the state aid and restructuring the coal and phase out of the coal. And also we have European funds at our disposal, Just Transition Fund, in order to find solution for those people that work in the coal region in order to find them a future. So we have national funds, European funds, we put together also with private partners, with syndicates, with union, with private companies in order to, with local authorities in order to achieve the objective of decarbonization and also have an affordable cost of electricity and energy, and also to have a future for those people that are working there and are living there and have to live there and work there.
Would you like to respond?
I think that this is one of the fundamental questions that we need to address. As former minister said very correctly, we have several financing tools, but often if we are here to discuss, for example, the national perspectives, we had a bit of an issue how to streamline the finances, because
It should not happen that we have now a recovery resilient plan, we have the structural funds, we have the modernization fund, then we have some national sources and perhaps some PPP projects, etc. And we need to make sure, or at least we in Slovakia are trying to make sure that we do not try to finance all type of projects from different sources. So, for example, what I mean, we have the modernization fund, quite a lot of money there, but we try to streamline it only maybe to 2 or 3 priorities. So we use modernization funds mainly to address the central heating in the cities, and more to develop, to modernize, and to build the new electricity transport system in Slovakia, right? So so this is for the modernization fund. Then we try to use the structural funds mainly to use it for the energy efficiency, especially in terms of the buildings, because, for example, in Slovakia, this is the biggest challenge in terms of the decarbonization. And we can go financial tool by financial tool, but it's very important to really understand what they are for and to try to streamline the projects, because without that, the effectivity and the allocation effectivity is not always reached, and this is the fundamental task for all of us, because the need for investment into decarbonization is often 10 times, 100 times more than the sources that we actually have. So we need to be smart and together really communicate how to use it most efficiently.
Thank you so much, State Secretary. Streamlining finances, tapping into existing funds, but creating also regulatory environment which will be conducive to attracting the private capital. One very important aspect that we will be touching right now in a second is obviously community engagement when it comes to reskilling and upskilling the workers, creating the jobs of the future and making sure that nobody is really left behind in the transition process. Sebastian, could you talk a little bit about some of the fascinating projects that Monsoon is doing, what you have mentioned as changing the minds and hearts of the people, and how you have been actually doing that hands-on in Romania?
Yeah, hello everybody. Well, thank you very much for the invitation, first of all. Yes, we're from the private sector. We're trying to navigate between the policies and the people around the businesses. And of course, energy transition, it's having a fair mix in the energy system. And this is why renewables are quite young. Yeah, we are now facing, in the last 10 years, a growth in the renewables, but also in the jobs in renewables. Yeah, right now in Romania, when we first started, probably we had 100 people involved in renewables per se, but now I think more than 50,000 people work directly in renewables. Yeah, and until 3 years ago, this job wasn't even in the job registry. So we need to make sure that when introducing renewables into the energy mix, we do it correctly, both from the legislative part, and this is what the government is doing and supporting, of course, but also the technical aspect is bringing more experts and more people and making sure that phasing out of coal is in parallel with growing renewables. But in the coal industry, we have a lot of specialists, a lot of people that are still young, that are still involved, that still want to work. And at the level of the associations, we saw the need of bringing, and renewables will grow in Romania and in Europe in the next years 3 times more, and we need people, So we wanted to go where people will lose their jobs or where coal mines will be phased out. And what we did was focusing on one of the coal regions in transition, Jiu Valley, and said, okay, we have there 20,000 miners that will lose their job in the next years, And we tried to implement a project that would take the people that want to have a new career, train them, and hire them in renewables. And this is what we have been doing in the last 5 years, I think. And you said something very important. You cannot just go into the mines, yeah, and say, okay, we offer you a job, yeah, because in the beginning, all the miners said they're closing the mines because of you, renewables, yeah, and if they would found out that I was working in renewables, I was not very loved in that area. People were throwing rocks. What I can say is that now, after the programs that we've implemented, they're inviting me for beers, yeah, and I think changing hearts and minds and making them understand that they can have a better future, they can have a longer future, and they can have a reliable job in renewables was one of the goals that we had to do. So at the level of the association and also the private companies in the sector, initiated several reskilling and upskilling programs. I can give you 2 examples. One example is together with OMV Petrom and Complexul Energetic Oltenia, the largest employer of miners. We've set up a training center, and right now we're reskilling miners from Complexul Energetic Oltenia, and OMV Petrom is hiring them in their renewable energy plants, the PV plants that they will build. Yeah? So this is a clear statement that renewables could be part of the solution, yeah, of the energy transition, because what we're doing now is not just building, but also operating, and these power plants will be operating for the next 30, 50 years. Yeah? So we're closing the circle by training them and hiring them into renewable energy companies. This is one of the examples, and we've been trying to work at industry level to integrate the local community near the investments that we're doing. This is very important, yeah, because the renewable plants are placed all over Romania from the PV point of view, yeah, from the photovoltaic plants. So we have the opportunity to hire from the local community as much people as possible during both construction and operation. And this is an ongoing plan. We recently got some additional funds that would allow us to train 3,000 more people towards renewables for reskilling purposes only. And I think aside of the growing of the capacity that is now coming, yeah, and the energy mix will have a higher renewable energy in it, we will be able to say that between 2020 and 2035, yeah, 50,000 jobs would have been created to renewables or transition from coal to renewables. And I think this is one step further for the energy transition.
Sebastian, thank you so much. And while I have you here, maybe as we mentioned a little bit earlier, the need for the cross-regional collaboration so that we don't really spend a lot of energy on, getting to the scratch and reinventing the wheel, but rather try to cross-pollinate the learning, so to say. What are some of the key barriers or maybe the opportunities that you see of taking this approach, which seems to be very well calculated, of understanding what the people want and what kind of added value can the company offer them rather than already telling them this is your future and deal with it, right? Do you have any prospects of internationalizing your work?
What I can say is that energy transition is local, so it needs to be adapted locally, yeah? And energy transition doesn't mean only to hire coal miners to renewables, yeah? You can be a bus driver, you can have any type of job and move towards a new energy, yeah? Heat pumps, gas, everything, it's energy transition jobs, yeah? So First, from our point of view as an initiative, the European Union, actually the European Commission, helped us, and now we're working, there is a project called Project Blueprint, and I'm actually proud to say that Romania is at the forefront of exporting renewable energy know-how to European Union, because right now we were hired by the European Commission to write the green energy jobs curricula, and there is the need to align the curricula towards the same industry, to have a standardized industry all over Europe, and by this mean it will allow all the schools, universities and colleges to be able to implement green energy trainings at the same level of knowledge all over Europe. And at the level of the Wind Europe and Solar Power Europe, the associations for renewable energies, we are now trying to work with the local organizations to implement such reskilling and upskilling programs, to build reskilling and upskilling training infrastructure, because there is also the problem that there is a practical training, it's not only theoretical training, and the training infrastructure is not put in place. I can give you an example that in Romania right now, we've built 5 training centers, and we're building 5 more in the next 3 years, just to make sure that every 1,000 megawatt of renewable energy has a training center around their area. So people can move faster, can go faster, can learn faster, and then can be integrated easier towards renewables. And so on one side, we are trying to take our approach, Renew Acad, at European level and try to deploy a standardized curricula for learning in the European Union. Then we're trying to work with the local associations and to create training infrastructure so that more people could be trained and could go to renewables. These people can have any type of job because reskilling and upskilling means transition.
Thank you so much. Cannot wait where the monsoon and the Renew Acad really goes within the next few years. State Secretary, going back to you and really starting to dig a little bit deeper in the industrial decarbonization scope, and what are some of the challenges, and also what are some of the prospects of community engagement? Automotive industry is obviously the most important and critical component of Slovakia's industry. It's the biggest component of the Slovakia's GDP, but it also not shielded from the transformation. Automotive industry is also undergoing through a major transformation. We have a 2035 goal for the ban on the combustion engines. So could you reflect a little bit, how does it look like when a critical element of the country's industry is going through the transformation? What has been your observation, some of the success stories and challenges on the way?
I will react immediately, but I just want to come back to what the colleague from on Zoom was saying. And I think that it's very important if we want the, let's say, the decarbonization in general to be a success story, because the professionals, as you saw, they know what they are doing. They know what they need to do, and they just need, and that's the main role, let's say, of the public sector, of the politicians and the media and everyone, to make sure that the regular citizens, every one of us, has, in a way, a skin in a game, that they understand what is happening. They understand the process, they understand why we are doing so, and that's often where we are not doing the best job possible. So in terms of to initiate the dialogue immediately when the plans are being created, to make it inclusive, to put as many stakeholders as possible, not only to deal with the 2 or 3 biggest ones, and then let the other ones to deal with that. So it's very important to make sure that
that the communication and education, not only requalification, but education and communicating with the general public, it's extremely important. Now, coming back to your question in terms of the key challenges for the decarbonization, I would summarize them maybe in 4 main areas, or at least that's what's valid in Slovakia. First is the technological challenges coming, and I think that we have that in common also with Romania, the legacy of the infrastructure, the modernization depth of the infrastructure, and when we want to make sure that this infrastructure works more energy efficient, this requires advanced technologies that are often requiring substantial investment, so we come back to the need for the money. So then the second one is the economic challenges, because this often comes with the high cost of the transition, and leading to that is the competitive pressures, right? To how to make sure that when we invest on one hand, our businesses stay competitive on the global scale. This is in particularly valid for small and medium enterprises, which in case of Slovakia is almost 99%. And they often do not have these sources, but the decarbonization is mostly going to be successful if also these small businesses are able to really put in place these initiatives. And the same is with the digitalization. Then the third one are obviously the regulatory challenges, the often changing and very complex EU and national legislation. And this is always deemed as a regulatory burden, regulatory obstacles to achieve that. And definitely there is also the social challenges coming from the workforce transition or the public acceptance. Very concretely, when you ask about how the automotive sector, which in case of Slovakia, in case you didn't know, Slovakia is the biggest per capita car producer in the world. And it's also very energy demanding. So we are in ever or never-ending dialogue with the automotive sector, because the rules and the ambitions are very demanding, right? And the state or the government cannot really solve it on its own. So we really need that we listen to each other and we understand what they are doing and what we are doing, and so that we find the symbiosis. So, for example, the automotive sector on their own initiatives, and they have the sources, they just need, for example, the government just to make sure that the permits are there and no obstacles are put in place. So, for example, they are dealing with major solar installation, not only on the roof of the factories, but also on the parking lots, etc. Coming or linked to that, and that's where we try to focus also some support from the structural funds, is the battery storage system, because they need to store this renewable energy somewhere, and this is always quite costly. Obviously, and we are in a process of the transformation of the automotive sector in general. We have a brand new action plan. We are finalizing that these days in cooperation with the automotive sector, because the electricity or the energy needs that for example, we have the already fifth car producer, Volvo, coming to east part of Slovakia, and their condition is that they want to use only green energy, which is quite demanding. Then on top of that, we have all this electromobility movement. We want everyone to have their own, pretty much the charging station and the heat pump and the own solar on the roof. So this is extremely challenging and very much linked to that. And I think that is going to be a big topic also for our colleagues in Brussels, both in Parliament and in the Commission, is how we make sure that we have enough sources, natural sources, raw materials, because given what is happening in Ukraine, indeed we all are talking about how to make sure that we get rid of the reliance on one source. We know what I'm talking about. but linked to that is the over-reliance on the other, let's say, part of the world which holds the most of the crucial sources that we do not have in Europe, but that are crucial to make sure that we are able to reach our, for example, climate and decarbonization goals. So this is a very complex agenda, but I think that the people in Brussels, in cooperation with national politics, will be able to solve that in cooperation.
Thank you very much, State Secretary, and for laying out as well the regulatory, technical, economic challenges on the way. Minister Popescu, if you would like to first reflect on some of the challenges that State Secretary mentioned in terms of critical raw materials. Otherwise, I think it would be very interesting to see it in the perspective of what's going to be the European Commission's priorities for the next 5 years. As I mentioned in the beginning, it's kind of a super year for the elections. We finished a couple of national elections. We are still having pending elections, including the US, which we are looking forward with the anticipation. Sebastian, you're smiling about that, but it's definitely one of the most highly anticipated election. In her priorities, the newly re-elected President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, has emphasized that a clean industrial deal is going to be one of the key priorities going forward, something that will be unfolded also in the first 100 days. Could you talk a little bit about what's your expectation and what are some of the key components to make sure this clean industrial deal actually delivers on the promises? And how do you see Romania's role in this process?
Thank you. What I see now, I see that the new project of the new European Commission, this new clean technology industry, will come with a lot of challenges. First of all is the critical material supply chain. Europe is not relying on their own critical materials, so we have to find them in other places. And after the COVID crisis and after the energetic crisis, I think we have to look for raw materials on our friends or on our own. And now, till now, we are relying on raw materials from China, from other countries, hopefully not from Russia. And we have to develop a supply chain clearly with our allies. So I think one of the major challenges is to find a safely and supply chain of raw materials that we needed in this Clean Technology Act that Madam Ursula von der Leyen proposed us in the European Parliament from the new European Commission mandate. Second, it's clear that we have to maintain our objective of net zero in 2050. So we have to decarbonize and decarbonize again the industry, the energetic system. So we'll face major challenges. Not all of countries are on the same side. Not all of the countries consider that nuclear energy is very important for decarbonization. I say that decarbonization without nuclear couldn't be possible, is not possible. We are 10 like-minded states that sustains it, but there are 27 states in European Union, so we are not on the same side with this. We having, let's say, fights with other countries that don't like nuclear. So it's not easy to obtain this. We said that renewables and storage is not the only way. We have to have a wide range energy production, like nuclear. And Romania has to have a role in this clean technology development. And I think his position, his local position here, it's one major advantage. I think European funds that we have it in order to develop companies and to develop production of clean technology. There are another advantage. I think know-how that we have it in the nuclear energy field. It's all it's another advantage. I think that research and development at university with strong traditions that we have it's another advantage. I think there's a strong partnership that we have with the United States here in this region is another advantage. I think that we have all the necessary needs in order to play a role in this reindustrialization on clean energy practically of the whole Europe. And we want to be there, and we want to be there with all the country, and we want to have a role in this.
Minister Pep, is it working? Yes. Thank you so much. And as you have mentioned, diversifying supplies, diversifying partnerships, diversifying the technology portfolio, not to replace one dependency with another, as the State Secretary has mentioned. About transatlantic, green transatlantic marketplace, could you maybe share your reflection? How do you see the prospect of building up the transatlantic marketplace, regardless of the administration change? How can you evaluate the prospects going forward?
If I can evaluate, I already was asked, I think last week by media, how I think it will develop our energy programs after a possible change of administration in the United States. And I just say that we started with Republicans, we continue with Democrats, and we'll continue with everybody from United States, because as I know, the foreign policy of United States is not changed, and Romania is a very reliable partner of United States, and we want to work with new administration, whatever it will be.
Thank you so much. Sebastian, I don't know if you wanted to come in maybe and have any comment, but then I will come after your intervention. Go ahead.
What Mr. Popescu said was right. Research, development, and industrial technology for clean energy is the future in order to reduce the dependency of raw materials and other technologies, and make sure that Europe has a clean energy future. Actually, also we've been very involved in this matter. Monson, together with Prime, who actually is a Romanian battery producer, developed very interesting technology for storage facilities. We're now commissioning the largest storage in Romania, 200 megawatts of storage, and we are deploying the technology and exporting the technology all over Europe, mainly Sweden and Finland. So for renewable energy technology actually and the storage, we've managed to have more than 97% of European components in our technology. The battery was commissioned in March, and now we're commissioning every 6 months around 100 megawatts. So I think there is a future, and Romania can have an important role both in research and development, but also deployment of such technology.
Thank you very much. And also a critical part of the energy independence, nearshoring the supply chain. Considering the time we have left, I would like to go the last bit of our panel, kind of a rapid-fire question to all the panelists. As we are looking at the scope and the sheer size of the energy transition, the public support is going to be critical no matter what direction the countries embark on it, and making sure that we have the societal buy-in from early on, reflecting on the practices, but also what Monson is actually doing on the ground. Could you maybe share what are some of the key components that you see for strengthening the public engagement to ensure that we have societal buy-in for the energy transition?
Yeah, so I think that what worked and will work in the future is good communication between partners, both social partners, administration, and industrial partners. Information, communication, and education are the way to move forward for the energy transition. We are facing now a reshaping of the energy market. I think also the administration should be more active in changing legislation as technology comes, because what we've seen is that the administration is moving slow, the technology is moving fast. So I think well-adapted market rules should be in place. And what we're facing now, it's actually laws that should have happened 2, 3, 4 years ago are just now happening. So we don't want to be left behind. Yeah. So that's one of the most important things. Yeah. The administration to be more proactive in supporting the new technologies being welcomed into the market, and also to make sure that the market is flexible enough and safe enough for the energy system, together with communication between the parties.
Thank you so much. Minister Popescu, your thoughts on public engagement?
Yes, it's very important to have the support of the local communities in these objectives that we have, or that we all have in European Union. So I think transparent communication and sharing information is crucial. I think regular updates are crucial. I think the involvement of the communities in all the projects and keeping them informed with the development of the project is also very important. Involvement of them in leading those projects also is important. I think overall communication and involving and discussing with the local communities are essential and crucial in having success in what we have planned to do.
State Secretary.
Well, there is not much more to add. I mean, everything has been said, but it's really, and I said it earlier, is that I truly believe that in order for this to be successful, we need to make sure that more and more and more people have their skin in the game, so that they can really touch the change that they are contributing to. Be it when they change their heat pump, when they change their roof, whatever. So that's first very important thing. Second, I think it's very important that we do monitor and report on the progress, to inform the society about the milestones, whether or not they have been reached, and also clearly communicate the reasons why perhaps the milestones were not reached yet, because then it happens that before we reach the ambition that we set until 2025, 2030, we already changed it, and people do not understand why, and then the skepticisms may occur. And then, of course, it's important for the general public, so starting from top politicians to the media to everyone, to use the platforms and to inform and to discuss and to communicate with the general public, so that they feel that they understand why so much money are invested perhaps in areas where they never reach the benefit of that. So they need to understand why is it important for all of us.
Well, thank you very much for your insightful comments and for your perseverance. And please join me in thanking our panel with a round of applause.
Tamara, thank you very much for moderating this session, and thank you to the panelists. A very important conversation on industrial decarbonization and critical to our net zero ambitions. So thank you very much for this. And we are moving on. Our next panel here in Uniri Room will focus on nuclear energy and its role in securing both and ensuring both security of supply and decarbonization of our economies. And I do remind our audience that the second Green Cities panel will also begin in Yorga Room, so a parallel session. this time with a discussion focused on financing the transition at municipal level. So if you'd like to join the Green Cities panel, you will need to find your way to Yorga Room. For this session, let me introduce the moderator. It is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Carol Berringen, Executive Director, International Government Affairs and Supply Chain at the Nuclear Energy Institute. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon and welcome back to this session. It's wonderful to be here with such a distinguished group of experts from government and industry to discuss nuclear energy and its role in meeting climate and energy goals. Our panelists today include Ivan Baldwin, the Business Development Director for Bechtel, Pierre Bescelani, the President for LNG and Power at Fluor, Margaret Cosentino, the Executive Vice President for Corporate Affairs at Bechtel, Teodor Chirica, the President of the Board of Directors of Nuclear Electrica, the Honorable Bonnie Jenkins, the Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security at the U.S. State Department, and the Honorable Marisa Lago, the Undersecretary of Commerce for International Trade at the U.S. Department of Commerce. Please welcome our panelists. There are bios in the materials, so I won't go into detailed bios on each of the panelists, but instead let you read all about them and their wonderful backgrounds on the Atlantic Council site. Before beginning the panel, I was asked to give a brief summary of some discussions that were held earlier today between the industry from the US and from European nuclear countries that are part of P-TECC. It was a fascinating and far-ranging discussion that really drove home a couple of key points that we wanted to share with you today. The first, for policymakers, is the importance of continuity in policy in support of nuclear energy programs and projects. That was an overarching comment that the industry felt was very important to leave with policymakers. The second overarching comment that really spoke to both industry and government policymakers is the importance of sharing best practices and solutions across partners in P-TECC for nuclear energy. And this applies to so many areas of the discussion. The discussion itself focused on a number of key topics, one of them being the need for enhanced financing for nuclear projects, including things like increasing the nuclear expertise at financing entities, including export credit agencies, expanding access to public financing mechanisms, as well as including nuclear and green financing schemes. In addition, there was a good conversation around regulatory issues and the need for increased regulatory cooperation and efficiency among partner countries. In addition to cooperation, in addition to increasing efficiency, the group also identified the need for increasing training and opportunities for regulators to learn about the new technologies that are being deployed today. The group also discussed the importance of promoting supply chain development through a strategic approach to regional development of supply chains and the use of international codes and standards and qualification mechanisms. Finally, the group talked about the need for increased flexibility in the vendor selection process with things like intergovernmental agreements to speed and make more efficient the deployment of nuclear energy as we all strive to meet the tripling nuclear pledge that so many of our governments have championed. With that, I'd like to turn to this wonderful panel that we have here and build on the discussions that we've had here in this P-TECC forum on nuclear over the past several years. The first section of our discussion is really about moving from ambition to action. And I'd like to start this question off with a question for Undersecretary Jenkins. Ambassador Jenkins, we often talk about the costs and risks associated with nuclear projects. I wondered if you could talk a little bit with us today about the risks of not being successful, of not implementing nuclear projects on time and on budget, in terms of the impacts on energy security and the costs of decarbonization. Ambassador.
Great. Thank you for the question. It's really great to be here and to meet so many wonderful people. And, you know, this is an important topic, and you know, I'm really happy to say a few words about it. I want to take a step back just very briefly and just look at what's really happening in the world today. And what you're seeing is really a renewed interest from a lot of countries in nuclear energy as a source of energy, of course, but also, you know, as countries want to use nuclear energy as part of their process for options for dealing with climate change. And so what we're seeing is over 30 countries from emerging countries that are interested in things like small modular reactors. And this is very exciting, and I see it very much in my travels. When I travel around the world, I see the interest that countries have in nuclear energy as one of their sources for energy and to deal with climate change. At COP28 last year, there was a lot of interest in nuclear energy, probably the most ever at a COP meeting. There were agreements that were made, including the agreement by a number of countries to triple their use of nuclear energy by 2050. And so this also reflects the great interest in nuclear energy. We're also concerned about, on the other side, of ensuring that as we promote nuclear energy around the world and as countries develop the technologies and the know-how and expertise for nuclear energy, that they also take into account things such as the safety, security of nuclear energy, and also making sure that their nuclear energy and what they're doing is what we say is non-proliferation process. This is because there's a strong connection to nuclear energy and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which is a treaty that countries have agreed to either get rid of their nuclear weapons or not to develop nuclear weapons. And there's an important article in that treaty that says for peaceful uses, all countries can use nuclear energy for peaceful uses. And this is an area where we see countries really wanted to take advantage of nuclear energy, strengthening their obligations and their commitment to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And so this is a bigger issue, of course, than just nuclear energy for nuclear resources. And climate change has a strong connection to other global security issues. And so we're promoting nuclear energy, we're promoting nuclear technology. We're very concerned about countries who are promoting their technology that's not safe, that's not secure, that's not proliferation resistant. So we have a strong interest, and I say in the U.S., work with many like-minded countries to make sure that this is done responsibly as well. We also know that when countries work with another country on nuclear technology, it establishes a relationship that lasts from 80 to 100 years. And so we want to keep that in people's mindset as they look at nuclear technology. We also recognize that if you don't have nuclear energy, there's a real loss of income that also accompanies that, because so many countries are interested in this and they really do want this as part of their mix for dealing with climate change. So the basic answer to the question is, we have all this interest in nuclear technology to deal with climate change, just for energy purposes as well. There's a strong interest in making sure that countries that bring on nuclear technology make sure that it's safe, secure, and proliferation resistant, and that there's a lot of advantages that could be given and taken by this technology that won't happen if it doesn't happen. Okay, so that's the biggest answer. The other thing I would like to say is I did get an opportunity while I was here to visit Bucharest, which is where Romania is going to be building this small modular reactor. And I can say from that visit that I had yesterday, it's a real testament to what countries can develop and what they can really do if they decide to go with nuclear technology as part of their climate change mix and part of their nuclear energy. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great way to start this conversation. And now I'd like to turn to Margaret Cosentino at Westinghouse. Margaret, Westinghouse has been very active across many of the P-TECC countries. Can you share a little bit with us about how you've seen plans for nuclear energy evolve over the past year, and any learnings from your early work in countries like Poland, Bulgaria, Slovenia, or Ukraine?
Thank you, Carol. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, great. Thanks, Carol. So appreciate the opportunity to join this panel. It feels particularly timely given the heat here, and also coming from Washington, D.C., where we just had our longest stretch of 100-degree days in 100 years. So we're definitely feeling the effects. For Westinghouse, though, in Europe in particular, we've seen the demand evolve quite rapidly over the past few years. And it started, I think, with the element of we want to diversify away from coal, we need carbon-free energy, and nuclear obviously bringing that capability. Then, layer on top of that, we had Russia's invasion in Ukraine, which put into sharp relief the need for the energy security piece. And nuclear also answering the mail on that, given that it can be an independent energy source getting off of natural gas, and even Russian nuclear fuel supply chain. We've done quite a bit of work in that area too. And then what we're seeing even on top of that is the drive around AI, quantum computing, the hyperscalers, where the demand curve for clean energy really starts to go vertical. And we're seeing that in the US, and I expect in Europe as well. So the environment has changed quite rapidly over the past few years. Now, from the Westinghouse perspective, we're really bringing an offering that is the best-in-class technology with our AP1000 and AP300 reactors, but bringing along with that alignment with the US government, who's doing quite a bit of work on intergovernmental agreements around licensing, workforce, training, financing, and other elements. And so the AP1000 is a great technology. It's the only globally deployed Gen 3 plus reactor. It's currently operating on 2 continents, setting performance records. It's a set design, which is key when you're talking about cost and schedule. And so when we're looking at deployment of this type of technology, this is critical infrastructure. These are 100-year partnerships when we deploy an AP1000 into another country. And so I think for countries who are interested in that best-in-class technology, plus the alignment with the US government around the elements that support that deployment, I think it becomes particularly compelling. I want to say a few words specifically about our project in Poland, where we're helping them, along with our friends from Bechtel and with our customer PEJ, to set up their new civil nuclear program. This is a project that enjoys considerable public support. I think the approval rating in Poland for this project is 90%, which is amazing. I can't imagine one thing that 90% of Americans would agree on. And I think really it's about the elements I discussed, but also the economic impact of this type of project for their supply chain, for their industry. And so PricewaterhouseCoopers did an independent assessment of the impact of this project earlier this year. Through the construction phase, it will be 120 billion zloty of economic impact, and then following on that for the operations, and these reactors will operate up to 80 years, if not longer, another 40 billion per year annually. It will reduce carbon emissions in Poland by 40%, and it will also provide opportunities regionally for the Polish supply chain to plug into other nuclear projects in Europe. So what we're seeing, we also have projects that we're kicking off in Ukraine and in Bulgaria. This becomes a very attractive model, and I think solves a lot of problems that people have in terms of their energy mix, the carbon-free element, and the energy security piece.
Thanks, Margaret. Let's turn now to Romania. Mr. Chirica, if you can talk with us a little bit. We've heard such positive news recently this past month with the positive opinion of the European Commission on Units 3 and 4 at Cernavodă, and the recent IAEA mission for the Bucharest site for SMR deployment. Can you share with us a little bit how you've moved these projects forward over the past year and what the next year may bring?
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be here.
Unfortunately, I was a last moment replacement, so I didn't structure very well my my speech. But of course, based on my experience, I'm sure that I can handle. So you mentioned the opinion that we received from the European Commission. That opinion is a document which is contemplated by the Euratom Treaty. It's in Article 41. For all nuclear projects over the European Union, they have to receive a notification from the member state where the project is implemented, and after that they are delivering their opinion. Here is sometimes is a confusion that is a positive or negative. There is not in the law, in the text is not mentioned that this qualification is positive or negative. But as the wording is structured, it's quite obvious if it's positive or not. In our case, the opinion is positive, and the opinion is opening the door for the financing, for the partnership, because that it is a very important document. Practically, of course, that before they received that opinion, we didn't stay waiting, and we progressed with some activities, and now we are in the situation to go to conclude the EPC contract, and meanwhile to set up the financing round. That is a lesson that I learned from a long time ago. When you go to the banks, you have to put in front of them a contract. So that is, but preparatory stages are continuing. Regarding the IEA mission in Doicești, they did an evaluation of the site, so practically the site is accepted by the IEA, but of course they also provide us the next steps to develop, because up to the site license is still, there is still some time. So now there is a lot of Romanian contractors, and where is the case we are importing consultants. We are now developing the evaluation, the seismical, the environmental impact, and the geological. In my opinion, maybe the Romanians, they are aware about the biggest earthquake for this century in '77. And at that time, I was one of the young engineer in an engineering company, and the Doicești plant, the conventional plant, didn't suffer any damage. So that, for me, is a certitude that this site is appropriate from seismical point of view. Really speaking, that what I want to add to that, there are some discussions in international and sometimes in national regarding the modular reactors, and I fully trust in those reactors. And I remember the Oliver Stone movie, and that is a moment when Admiral Rickover is on a submarine. And remembering that first reactor was a cooperation of the Navy with Westinghouse. I'm wrong? Mm-hmm. And after that, Westinghouse, after a couple of years, they built Shipping Point. No, not Shipping Point. It's Shipping Point, which is a unit with 60 megawatts, which operated 30 years up to the commissioning with no major incidents. Okay, regular incidents happened anywhere. That is what I can. Did I answer to your question?
Yes, you did, very, very much so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
And that's a great segue into our next part of the conversation around innovation and deployment. And I'd like to turn my next question to Undersecretary Lago. With the innovative technologies coming to market, where do you see opportunities for SMRs to fit into country energy strategies? And how is the U.S. government, and in particular the Department of Commerce, working to expand partnerships?
Thanks for the question, Carol. It's no secret that the U.S. government strongly believes that SMRs and advanced reactors have a key role to play in countries' energy strategies. And I think it's appropriate that we're here among P-TECC countries because they are countries that have been some of the most forward-leaning. Now, the U.S. government is putting money behind this conviction. The U.S. Department of Energy's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program recently received an additional $2.6 billion from our bipartisan infrastructure law. And this money is going to support the design, the licensing, the construction, and operation of two advanced reactor technologies, the TerraPower Natrium and the X-Energy XE100 reactors. It's important as we do this that we do it in partnership. That is such an important word whenever we talk about the nuclear industry, and it is the partnership among countries. I would highlight in that vein the fact that the U.S. Department of Energy is working with the European Commission to organize a second high-level US-EU SMR forum, and this will build on the successful first forum, which occurred in 2019. Turning specifically to the department that I represent, the Department of Commerce, back in 2020, we launched the SMR public-private program, and the focus of it was to promote transatlantic cooperation to develop and deploy SMRs, and to echo what Undersecretary Jenkins had said, to develop them under the highest standards of safety, security, and non-proliferation. What's interesting about this program is that we launched it even in advance of SMRs being commercially available. We realized that we would benefit from working with partner nations, with industry, to prepare the regulatory environment, to prepare the business environment so that countries would be able to take advantage of this technology as soon as it was commercially available. We initially focused our SMR PPP, public-private program, in Europe and Eurasia, and thanks to yet another U.S. government agency, our Trade and Development Agency, we've been able to organize a series of 5 different SMR regulatory and standards workshops, and they bring together hundreds of experts across government, but importantly, another partnership across industry as well. And they are brainstorming sessions about how to overcome challenges to SMR deployment. And I will note that we are so bullish on this SMR PPP that we have recently hired an expert in Brussels who is going to be focused exclusively on helping develop partnerships with European countries and U.S. industry to make progress on SMR projects in the region.
Thank you. And that theme of partnership that you mentioned is so important. Mr. Beshelani, let me turn to you next. And if you could talk to us a little bit about a key to the successful nuclear energy deployment really is these strong partnerships between technology vendors, between the EPCs, the supply chain. How is Fluor thinking about building these partnerships to really support the deployment of nuclear energy in P-TECC countries? Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Thanks, Carol. Pierre Beshelani with Fluor. First of all, we start by aligning with the client on the scope of work and the expectations. We build a strong relationship from the get-go so we can have a successful project. Secondly, we'll go and talk to our licensors.
As you know, NewScale is a company that Fluor developed over the years. We developed the technology for the SMR. Even though we spin off the company a few years ago, we still own 57% of the company, and we have good alignment with the NewScale team on the technology and the division of responsibility between our companies. It's a very key to get the technology to understand how we're going to work with them from the beginning of the project. Thirdly, we will go and look for engineers. Definitely Fluor has worked over the years in building several nuclear plants, but for the past few years we have not built one. And what we are doing right now, we are doing some work with the US government where we have still over 1,000 engineers working on various decommissioning projects. So we are bringing back those people to help us rebuild the commercial section of the nuclear business. We are still recruiting new graduates. We're trying to attract people to come back to nuclear engineering so we can rebuild the resources that we need in the next decade if we need to tackle this big shortage of talent in the industry. In addition, what we are looking at, what can we do for the supply chain, how we can develop the supply chain, specifically for the long lead equipment. We need help globally, not a single country, and we heard this today from another panel. Not one country can supply all what we need, maybe except China and India, but for us, or Korea, I'll say. But we still need the entire global supply chain to help build what we need for those mega projects. We need also to help those suppliers get qualified or pre-qualified under the safety and quality programs that we have put in place. And we can help also the local contractors to be pre-qualified. Here in Romania, we will have a local office where we're going to pre-qualify and help the local contractors to get ready for construction. When it comes to the construction, we really need to find more contractors than we need in order to get the job done on time. We will have several contractors, maybe they're not all Romanians, but also we need to qualify the local contractors and make sure they register with us early on during the FEED design so we can get to know them, build the relationships, and try to understand their capabilities. And at the end, we need to supplement also their capabilities and help them grow. We're going to put a training program in place in country for the craft to be able to gain experience so we can let them enter the industry. We heard that those jobs will require 10,000 craft at least to build, so we really need to get ready and have all what we need. Early planning, that's what we're going to be doing in the FEED to make sure we connect all the dots and make sure we have, as we hear all the time, we have cost overruns on nuclear projects. We need to make sure we have the cost and schedule certainty early on those projects. So definitely it's a big challenge, but we have done it in the past, and looking forward to working with the Romanian government and the client also on the permitting process to make sure we have all what we need on time so we can start construction and meet the schedule needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Ivan, I'm going to turn to you next, and I'm going to put a little twist on the question that I had planned for you. The first piece, I know. The first piece is I would like for you to talk a little bit about the importance of the role of the EPC in a nuclear project. I think that's something we talk a lot about the technology, but the engineering procurement contractor is also a very important role. If you could speak to that a little bit. And then the other piece I wondered if you could talk to a little bit is, Bechtel has been building partnerships for nuclear construction for a very long time and has experience in the U.S. with the recent completion of the Vogtle project, the initiation of work in Wyoming with TerraPower. I wondered if you could share a little bit about your approach to building partnerships and specifically localization for supply chain and workforce.
Thank you, Carol. And forgive me, everybody, I can't use this as a fan anymore, so I'm probably just going to pour out, but, you know, it is what it is. Aside from that, it is great to be here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Just to briefly introduce Bechtel to folks in the room, if you've not heard of us, we're a privately owned, family-led company, so we're on our 5th generation of the Bechtel family leading the organization. We've been around for over 125 years. During that time, or certainly over the last 70 years, we've delivered over 150 nuclear power projects around the world, and that adds up to over 76 gigawatts of nuclear power. During that time, or certainly in the last 10 years, let's just focus on the last 10 years, we've engaged over 20,000 craft professionals, so people on site delivering nuclear projects. So we've delivered the last 2 nuclear power projects in the United States, the last being with our friends at Westinghouse on Vogtle 3 and 4. And actually, spend with the supply chain, just wanted to sort of draw that out. On an annual basis, we spend $16 billion with our supply chain partners. So that sort of supply chain piece that you mentioned before is really important. Just to draw on the new question that you're giving me, Carol, as I'm thinking on my feet a little bit about the importance of EPC. The EPC is an incredibly important part of it, and we've heard a little bit about the approach that Pierre spoke about earlier. These are mega projects. Nuclear projects are mega projects. So what does that mean? You know, it means safety critical. It means, you know, huge in scale. It means huge in terms of the money involved, the numbers of people involved on the project, the longevity. You know, some of these projects can sort of last, you know, up to sort of 10 years in execution. So, you know, these are really big. And having a company who sits in the middle of all that, from an integration point of view, and also from a construction point of view, is incredibly important. I'll mention a couple of points, you know, sort of to that effect to bring that to life. Margaret earlier mentioned the project in Poland that we're working on together to deploy the AP1000. And, you know, one of the first things that you really need to think about there is safety. You know, safety for all involved is absolutely paramount. And for the engineer and constructor, incredibly important. So how does that integration take place to ensure that you have a, you know, one nuclear safety culture? Everybody's thinking about safety and everything that they're doing. So that's one of the key roles of the nuclear EPC. And if I could just refer back to Vogtle that I mentioned earlier, as a team, we managed to achieve 72 million people hours without a lost time accident, which is phenomenal when you consider the challenge of the project that those folks faced. The other remark I'd like to make is, especially looking forward, these new nuclear projects now can take advantage of all of the technologies and experience that the EPC companies use in other sectors. So what I'm thinking about here is digital project execution. And you can take that digital execution right from design through to commissioning. And that's something that we're doing now on all of our new nuclear projects. You mentioned the Natrium project with TerraPower and the project in Poland with Westinghouse. You know, an opportunity there to go, you know, full digital on those projects. And, you know, imagine the scenario where you've got, you know, hundreds of people, thousands of people working on a site, and these folks have digital handheld devices, and they're using those in the execution of the project. Takes away a lot of the burden of paperwork, and also removes some of the, you know, potential chances that there might have been for problems and rework, etc. So we're really excited about the use of those digital technologies. So you asked me to talk about the local piece as well. And, you know, I mentioned before that these nuclear projects take a long time. And these nuclear projects are in other people's backyards. And we think about social license. How do we ensure that we have the right relationship in that area to ensure that we can have a successful project, and also we can have access to the right talent, the right skills, the right supply chain, and also understanding the local regulatory environment as well. So that local knowledge is absolutely crucial. So again, if I take Poland as an example, one of the first things that we did there was to engage a Polish leadership team and open a Polish office. And we'll upskill and train and bring in as many local people and as much local talent as we possibly can there. Why? Because it makes sense, it makes commercial sense, makes sense for the project. One of the other things that we're doing there as well is educational partnerships. We're proud that we've just kicked a partnership very recently with Gdansk University. And that's going to be really key as we look to build out that pipeline of talent that we need for the project moving forward. I'd like as well just to touch very quickly on the leadership piece, which is something for us at Bechtel that is really close to our hearts. You know, we may be an American-owned company, but we're a global company, and therefore, in the markets in which we serve, we look to have local leadership in those markets. And if I take where I'm from, you probably may have guessed from the dodgy accent, I'm from the UK. Bechtel's been operating there for over 70 years, and a significant number of the leadership population across Bechtel now are actually Brits. And we want to see that in our other markets, and we are seeing our other markets such as Australia and India, and then you know, we intend to make sure that Poland follows suit and that other countries in Europe that we work in follow suit as well. The last comment I'd like to make, if I may, is about partnerships. And I think that, and by partnerships, I mean with organizations who facilitation organizations that we really need to work with that can get behind us. One particular example would be women in nuclear. So we talk again and again about the skills challenge that we face in nuclear, the fact that we don't have enough skilled people to deliver the jobs. But typically, we're only looking at half of the population. The opportunity that we have working with women in nuclear is to really start to build out those relationships, build out our connection, and make life a bit easier for ourselves in bringing the talent in that we need to deliver these projects. Thank you.
Thanks, Ivan. I'd like to build on that concept of workforce development. It was such a lively conversation during the Business Forum Roundtable just this morning, and really throw it open to the rest of our panelists to really share with us your views on how we can ensure that the nuclear sector has the necessary workforce for all of the ambitious plans across this region and at home in the U.S. when you think about the amount of build we're planning at home. What are the industry's needs for skilled professionals, and what strategies have each of you seen implemented or have under development to attract the next generation of workers for this industry? Bonnie, can I go to you first?
Thank you for the question. Workforce development is so fundamental because, you know, as we look at this new, what I call this new nuclear renaissance, there's a strong desire, as I said earlier, for nuclear technology, for energy, and for climate change, sustainability issues. But you, of course, need the people to actually do the work. And as I said, you know, and as you've heard from others, you know, we're talking 80 to 100 years in the future where you're having these relationships with countries, but you also have to have the people on the ground who are involved in all aspects of the process, not just the engineers, but everyone who has to put it together. And as I said, I was at the Bucharest site yesterday, And they talked about how they're working with the community, which is fundamental, and you just heard about the importance of that. They work with universities to bring more students into nuclear issues, but it's also the people that have to build the site. I mean, so you need people to do all of it. One specific thing I know that we've been doing at the State Department is working with countries who are interested in nuclear technology who don't yet have a lot of the expertise in some of these issues. So we're, as you heard already from others, we're working with countries to help build some of that expertise. One of the things that we have is something called the FIRST program. It's the foundational infrastructure for the responsible use of small modular reactor technology. And this is a program that state has initiated to really help work with countries to help train to get ready for what's needed to bring on this nuclear technology. It's an opportunity to train, but also develop strong relationships with these countries as we're doing this. We have over 40 countries who we're working with, and these countries are from Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Southeast Asia, Latin America, Eastern and Central Europe, including Romania. And we also have 17 countries who are actually on the waiting list to do this with us. So we have also targeted first to support workforce development in other ways. We have an E2 center here at the University Polytechnica, and it's allowed for hands-on training in order to help get ready for what needed for nuclear engineering. We're also helping with some SMR-related curriculum development. We're doing it here, but also doing it in countries like Ghana. So, there's a lot that has to go into all of this. We talk a lot about the importance of this, but we also recognize that you need a workforce development. You need young people. You need students. You need future generations, and so that automatically is part of the mix as well.
Thanks. Yes, Undersecretary Lago.
If I could just build on that. In the U.S., when you think of workforce development, one understandably thinks of the Department of Education and the Department of Labor, which is appropriate. But Secretary of Commerce Raimondo realized that there was a gap there, which is what is it that the businesses need? And so she has been extremely engaged and has had the department engaged in reaching out to industry to understand what are the needs that they have. We also realized that we needed to look at effective systems in other countries. In particular, we looked at Germany, at Austria, at Switzerland, which have long had this dual-track system of having high school students continue with formal education, but also very detailed on-the-job training that leads to certifications or licenses that someone can take with them throughout their career. And we increasingly are partnering with community colleges, recognizing that many of the well-paying jobs in the nuclear industry, in other industries, don't require necessarily the 4-year and graduate degrees that many of us on this stage may have, but do require training in advanced manufacturing. And so we are very bullish on the partnership among industry, community colleges, and government.
Thank you. I'm thinking about both of your answers, the importance of engaging industry in terms of workforce development, recent activities, including the E2 Center here in Bucharest. Teodor, if I can turn to you and ask you a little bit about your approach here in Romania for workforce development. No, Teodor.
I'm in a point of interference. Sorry.
Workforce development here in Romania. Thank you. We apologize. The echo is very bad up here on the stage.
I noticed that I'm in the sort of interference point, and it's very difficult for me to understand what our dear colleague is stating. So of course that there is a preoccupation of training the workforce for example, at the level of universities. Now it was created this year an alliance of 12 universities. They are spread on all the territory of Romania, and is including also the police academy there, and we understand the reasons. And now they are starting, how to say, an unified program to select and to train people. Of course, in my generation, in the Polytechnical University of Bucharest, for example, it was a special section for nuclear engineers. But at the end of the day, we didn't need in a plant only nuclear engineers or energy engineers. We need also IT guys. We need constructors. We need fabrication. So that is we have in the company we have a program of selecting talents, and we offer support for them, and after that with the promise of a job. So that is something that we try to sort it. Generally speaking, and this is not a secret that almost all over the world there is an issue regarding the workforce, the qualified workforce. So now also the purpose of this alliance I mentioned before is just to unify the efforts in order to increase the number of people desire to work in the nuclear industry.
Thank you. Margaret, I see you want to add on.
Yeah, if I could add to this, this is a very important topic. Go back to the project in Poland. That's going to create 10,000 jobs just through the construction phase of the project, which is great, and we love to create jobs. And these are good jobs in engineering, construction, manufacturing, procurement, cybersecurity, highly skilled, good jobs. But on the flip side, we have to fill those jobs. And that's going to take concerted effort. It's going to take multiple layers of programs, both at the company level and the government level, to get it done. And so I applaud what the U.S. government is doing, and one of the benefits of the intergovernmental agreement that governs the Poland project between the U.S. and Poland is it does create this regional training center that's based in Warsaw. It was just opened this spring, which is going to develop competencies, add capability, and help drive a lot of the linkages on the skills and workforce for this project, but also for regional opportunities. The other thing from the company perspective that Westinghouse is doing is we have created partnerships with local Polish universities, technical colleges, and we created an internship program. We're now on our third year of doing this, where we have interns come embed in Westinghouse for the summer. They spend time at our headquarters in Cranberry, where they train with our, that's where the center of training is, with our AP1000 control room simulator. They spend time at our field fabrication facility in South Carolina as well. And when they go back, then all of them have been offered jobs on the project. So that's another element of a pipeline at the company level to really drive that competency and create the opportunity and fill those jobs, which is going to be a big need.
Thanks, Margaret. Pierre, do you want to add?
Yeah, if I can add one thing here. We need to attract young talent to the industry if we're going to sustain all this workload. The only way is to show them that nuclear is part of the energy transition. We see many young talent these days, they don't want to work on an oil and gas project. They say, no, this is not the future. I want to be green. We're trying to demonstrate that nuclear is a green energy, and this is the future. So we're bringing in internship, we're giving internship across the company, across the globe, trying to attract people through their career, also before they enter the workforce, and trying to make sure we provide the training, and hopefully when they finish their 4-year degree, they are ready to start working on the next nuclear project. So it's paying dividend for us. Our HR has put some policies in place to go to colleges and try to recruit and make sure we bring the talent for the future.
Thank you. Ivan, do you want to add on, or?
Yeah, I guess the only topic I think that I'd like to add is, so in Bechtel we have 5 different business lines, and they're all focused on major and mega project delivery. And one thing that we are really focused on doing right now to try and deliver against the challenge that Margaret and others have talked about is upskilling people from other sectors. You know, these are mega projects, the nuclear projects. Okay, so some people need to be highly nuclear skilled, but there are other disciplines, and if you take project management is a great example of that. If you're a project manager that's delivered a mega project in oil and gas, you could well be a project manager that could deliver a project in nuclear. So one thing that we're doing internally is we have our own nuclear development course, if you would, that we're taking folks from other sectors into that, because some of those jobs won't be there in the future in those industries, so we need to make sure that we're transitioning the people over.
Thank you. This has been a great conversation, and I really appreciate all of the time and expertise that our panel has given us here. Before we wrap up, I do want to spend a minute just giving each of the panelists an opportunity for a last word or thought that they'd like to contribute to this conversation that you didn't have a chance, or a question didn't quite come up that let you add that to the dialogue. May I start with you, Ambassador?
I guess my final words would be, you know, this is an exciting time because we're seeing, as I've said twice before, this new increased interest in nuclear energy as a way to, of course, provide energy for countries, but also as part of a climate change mix. So, you know, it's really exciting. There's such an interest around the world from many countries in small modular reactors, in ways in which we can, you know, that we can use nuclear energy as one resource. Of course, as I said earlier, we just need to make sure we do it responsibly, and that countries are always considering the safety, security, and non-proliferation aspects of the work that they do and the engagement. But it's a great time, and I know for the U.S. we look forward to working with many countries. Of course, working with industry, because we can't do this without industry, and engaging everyone on this issue. I also want to make sure that we highlight some of the things you've heard about the advantages, not just of nuclear energy and climate change sustainability aspects, but things like workforce development that we talked about, and you know, jobs that are created, and education aspect of it, the next generation aspect. These are also really important benefits. There's challenges in terms of addressing workforce, but like everything else, we have to look at it as something that we just part of the process, but some of the advantages that come with it. The only other thing I'll say is, understanding why, so many of us are in the situation that we're in terms of, Russia's invading Ukraine and creating a real recognition that countries need to be more independent in terms of their resources, the need to make sure that they can not have to depend on Russia for resources. I know in the U.S. we're also working on that. We have quite a bit of funding to also ensure that we are not reliant on them as well. And so this is an effort that is a partnership. We have to work with countries to do this. And we welcome all the partnerships that we're developing around the world, including the great one we have with Romania right now. And we want to keep working with all countries on this, because we really need to make sure that we have the best, most safe, most secure, proliferation-resistant technology that's out there. So thank you.
Thank you. Theodore, do you have some last thoughts you'd like to share? Would you like to share any last thoughts?
However, thank you once again for inviting me here. I am very glad that I have the opportunity to meet very important people from United States, but also from European countries, and also I met also some people which I met them a long time ago. That is very important for me. Of course, that we are fully determined to continue and to go on the nuclear way. And we really believe that nuclear is bringing security, is bringing prosperity, and is bringing education. So that is very important, because education is one of the topics that we tackle with it. So that's it.
Thank you. Undersecretary Lago?
I think it's important that we realize the magical moment that we're in. Earlier today, Secretary Granholm pointed out that we're 26 years out from our 2050 pledge. But interestingly, she looked back 26 years to see how much we had accomplished. 26 years ago, we weren't using artificial intelligence. 26 years ago, people wouldn't have understood the term quantum computing, and we weren't walking around with powerful computers in the size of a small phone. And so I think our charge should be to continue innovating. We know that we're focused on the cutting-edge technologies of today, but it is so important that governments and industry continue to have this cooperation, because it is industry that will be innovating, it is industry that will be providing the financing, and it is government that will be making sure that we have the boundaries in place so that these innovations benefit our populations.
Thank you. Margaret?
So we're at an inflection point. There's a lot of promise around nuclear and a lot of eagerness, and I think the question of can it deliver is sort of hanging out there. And what I would say to that is we do well what we do often. And it is demonstrated and proven that if you do serial construction, manufacturing of the same design over and over, you can drive down the cost curve and you can hit your schedule. And so for us at Westinghouse, looking at the P-TECC region in particular, we already have 3 countries that are moving out and deploying AP1000 technology. We also have our small modular reactor in AP300, which is just a small version of the AP1000, same design, same components, same licensing heritage. And so we're at a point where we're starting to see the framework of a real APX fleet in Europe that really leverages that serial manufacturing and construction opportunities. So for other countries who are interested in, this really creates a very optimized environment to deliver on that promise of nuclear.
Thank you. Pierre, last thought?
Yes, my closing remarks are for Romanian and for all our friends in Romania. You took the bold decision to deploy the first SMR in Europe. You have the experience, I would say, based on what you have done on conventional power, and you have the opportunity to become a regional hub for Europe and to supply energy beyond your borders. So a great opportunity for the country. The second point I would like to make is be first movers and continue to push the projects that you have in right now. The reason is you can secure the resources you need, including the supply chain, including the craft and the resources that you need, before it becomes a very tight market where you will not be able to find the craft you need, and you will not be able to find the expertise you need and the equipment to bring certainty to the cost and schedule. I think Romania is in a great spot to create jobs and to continue to grow the economy, and at the end of the day become a major player in the SMR technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivan, last word.
Thank you for that. So one of the things that I've been learning over the past couple of days whilst being here and being at this conference is, you know, nuclear is a value game. It's not a cost game. So I've heard from people talking about if you were to choose a technology to build today that was the cheapest, you wouldn't build nuclear based on the cheapest technology to build, but the value that it brings, how long-term the asset is, the job that it creates, what it brings to the local economy, etc. You know, nuclear blows every other technology out of the game, if you'll forgive that pun. So I think, you know, it's incumbent on all of us involved in nuclear to be continually talking about the value that it brings, talk about the value that we bring in every part of the nuclear life cycle, whether it be in construction or in operation, or any of the supporting supply chains. So that's what I'd like to say, Carol. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of your expertise here today. I really would like to thank our wonderful panel. Please give them a big hand. And I'd also like to thank the U.S. Department of Energy, the Romanian Ministry of Energy, the P-TECC team, the Atlantic Council, and ACEBA for having us here today and for their support in making this event possible. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of P-TECC.
Thank you very much. Fascinating conversation on nuclear, such an important technology for the country and for the region. So before going to the last set of panels that will look into more specific geographies, Romania and then Ukraine in this room, we'll take a short coffee break. So the coffee break obviously is outside as the previous one. Please take a few minutes and be back in the room at 10 past, so in a bit less than 10 minutes to resume our sessions. Thank you. about to begin now. The last set of panels for the day will be more geography focused. And the first one, the fifth panel, we'll be focusing on Romania, so country spotlight on Romania, to learn a bit more about the country's efforts to achieve the goals, the mission for 2030 and beyond. And I'm happy to leave my MC hat and take my moderator's hat for this session. So without further ado, let me introduce the panelists. So I'm very happy to have next to me Sorin Elisei, Director General, Ministry of Energy, Romania, Caroli Borbeli, Chief Executive Officer, Hydroelectrica, Răzvan Popescu, General Director, Romgaz, Radu Dudou, President, Energy Policy Group. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, this is working. Thank you very much to my panelists, and thank you for joining this conversation. Once again, this is a country spotlight, Romania's energy transition process, and its evolution, if you want, its mission in achieving the targets for 2030 and beyond. To frame the conversation, I think we can all agree that energy security concerns have been more salient over the past few years, given the struggles that the European Union countries and member states have put in order to ensure their security of supply, but at the same time to transition towards cleaner technologies, so to decarbonize the economies. The question now becomes whether energy security on one side and its new definition and decarbonization are on the same path, and I think Romania, given its context and balanced energy mix on the short run, but also the vast resources, I think Romania has responded very well to the crisis, among the best in the European Union's bloc, and has potential and the right ingredients to spearhead the energy transition. But I would first like to start looking a bit backwards, as I said, over the past 2 years, what has happened and how Romania and Romanian energy sector has reacted to that. So, Sorin Elisei, if I can start with you, can you briefly tell us what happened over the last 2 years in the country? How did Romania manage to basically strategically ensure its security of supply? And at the same time, what have been the adaptation measures that have been taken by the country to transition this very difficult period?
Thank you. I think we've done a couple of simple things. Make available and best use of the current generation fleet that we have, ensure that we have a sufficient gas supply for the gas-fired power generation, and as well keep the infrastructure for imports and exports at a maximum level in order to balance ourselves in times where demand has not been met by the current supply. I think we are among the few, if not the only EU member state that still has a winter task force in terms of forecasting or approaching the winter situations. It seems that we will have to do this also for the summer. But in a sense, I think that the primary response is to make the best use of whatever we have had looking forward. I think in the past years we were trying to incentivize more and more renewable power coming online, as well as I would say that there are at least two approaches to security supply in the future. Make the best use of the coupling between renewable and the storage solutions, but as well we cannot ignore the options of nuclear and gas-fired power generation, which at some point are the solution when renewables do not, let's say, pitch in at the maximum potential that the system needs.
Thank you very much. A lot of topics to unpack, and we'll be back to some of those in this panel. Mr. Borbeli, if I can turn to you from a power generator's perspective, one of the most important in the regions. What were the challenges of previous years, and what are the challenges today, as Romania, like any other European member state, is trying to prioritize energy security in comparison with others?
Thank you very much. Very warm welcome in the Parliament office. I think that all the organizers, I would like to send all my thoughts to the organizers, because it's a strong commitment in this warm month. So Hidroelectrica, as you know, the biggest electricity producer in Romania. We are producing around 28-30% of the electricity based on water. The last 1 month, we had a lot of, let's say, challenges, because the consumption became around 8,500, 8,800 megawatts per hour, and this gives us a little bit of headache, all the Romanian energy sector, for all the Romanian energy sector. Also, all the new investments in renewables now, especially in solar, they started to show the effects of the production, but is not very well balanced with the consumption in this moment. But back to the basics. Romanian energy sector have a very strong potential. If you see the last months, all the big investments which was announced by the state-owned companies like Romgaz, Hidroelectrica, and other ones, show us that Romania have a very strong role in the moment in the regional context, and also for the next years, we want to remain a very strong country in the region from the production point of view. So for Hidroelectrica, very interesting times for us. As you know, last year we managed to be the biggest IPO at the Romanian Stock Exchange, and since then we started to do what we promised to the investors, to increase our investments, to increase our modernization, M&A, and retechnologization, let's say, projects. Yeah? We need a lot of investment in the next years, more than around 1.3 billion euro in the following 4 or 5 years, investments in modernization and retechnologization, because we need to remain the main electricity producer in Romania, and also all this production is based on water. That means 100% green energy, and in this way we will extend our the life cycle of our hydro equipments. We will continue the idea for the next.
Yeah, we will continue. We will expand a bit on that, on your future plans. This is important to understand, especially in the country's context. Mr. Popescu, I would turn to you now. In 2021, gas was the reason why the whole energy crisis started to grow, and the energy security concerns started to grow. And from your perspective as a major operator, I would like to understand what is your view on what happened over this 3 years, let's say, more or less 3 years. And at the same time, did this crisis lead to medium-term opportunities for the countries and obviously for your company?
Hi, hello, and thank you for the invitation and also for the question. Indeed, it was a tumultuous last 3 to 4 years, starting with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, when I think the entire paradigm of gas delivery and transportation changed in Europe. Of course, there were a lot of countries that tried to adapt really fast, especially countries that didn't have access to their own natural gas. Here, Romania was in a very privileged position in comparison to other countries, because having a majority state-owned company that produces the most gas in the region and could supply the end consumer and has given the stability, but this stability was also based on the OG-27 and then the OG-119 that protected the population, protected the thermal energy producers of the major cities in Romania. And although gas prices were fluctuating and the pressure was really, really high, both on prices and both on the security of supply, because here we are talking about the security of supply, I think we fared quite well. On the other hand, we don't have access to LNG terminals directly. We had the opportunity, and we still have the opportunity of bringing in LNG to Romania to put this into the energy mix. But what Romgas did from a company perspective was to raise production as quickly as possible. So we put into production all the wells that we had at that moment. We stepped up production. We stepped up the capital repairs on most of our wells, and it shows because even during the past years and even in the first trimester of this year, we had a hike in production of more than 4.5%.
Thank you, and I think this is important to put it in the full perspective. And I think these were the short-term, let's say, actions and adaptation actions that Romania and its operators took over the last 3 or 4 years. So maybe, Radu, though, I would turn to you to discuss a bit how did Romania plan its medium and long-term strategy in this period, and what is that plan looking like going forward?
Yeah, you can hear me. All right. So before turning to strategic energy planning per se, that is the current energy strategy, which is about to be approved, and certainly the National Energy and Climate Plan, I'd like to say a few things about what went well and rather what went wrong over the past 3 years in terms of energy security. With the Green Deal, this new major fund called the Modernization Fund was put up for a number of European member states with very substantial funding for the energy sector. But unfortunately, the Romanian government acted a bit slow on that, and as a representative of an independent think tank, I can gently articulate some criticism here. So it's been quite late when we got our act together and finally started submitting requests for funding with the Modernization Fund. Then came the COVID crisis with, again, an associated purse, the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And then again, there were some delays. And then the crisis caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, again, with added funds, with the Repower EU. And every time we have seen a sort of attempt to sort out the priorities, what's really critical. And I would like to say just this. Some things should have been seen from earlier on, like the fact that a lot more money should have gone from the outstart towards the power grid, or that storage should have been prioritized. That was obvious, should have been obvious. Others were not foreseeable, such as the spectacular growth of prosumers. I mean, nobody could have known that in 1.5 years you would see a tenfold increase in prosumers with all the system perturbation that this has caused. So a lot had to be dealt with on the go, if you like. Now, I must say the current government, the current ministry in particular, has been particularly efficient at signing and readying for absorption a lot of EU funding that was kind of overdue. Other than that, there's the National Energy Strategy, which is the document about to be approved. I think it's more of a plan that sets goal and then attempts to create a coherence for the sector that's needed, and then to deliver a sense of predictability and then longer term view for the energy industry. Now, Romania is a country that has already committed to full decarbonization by 2050. We have an approved long-term decarbonization strategy, and then the real measures up to 2030 are in Mr. Elisei's garden with the NECP, the National Energy and Climate Plan, because there's where the concrete targets are doubled by measures and then spending. So I think at this point we have the strategic clarity for 2030. The challenge will be for us to know how we can achieve the 2040 decarbonization target, which is at EU level also very ambitious, and also to catch up on some overdue measures again, some overdue power generation capacities, and especially energy storage.
Thank you very much. And I think that's a very good segue back to Sorin Elisei. We are looking forward, and we are talking about 2030 and beyond. Obviously, we are talking an increase in energy demand driven by electrification, driven by the need to use electricity for cooling, for instance, in places like this. How are you foreseeing the future through the strategic planning? What is if I may actually challenge you on this, how would you see a mix, a generation mix, not only from the supply side, but including the flexibility options that you would see in this overall picture? And how is that connecting with the grid needs, the investment in the grids and the upgrades needed over there? It's a full question, but I'm sure you have a good answer to it.
I would start from the NECP, and I would start also from the 2040 agenda, just by saying that I think a lot of us here expect predictability through the plan. The plan will finally, toward the end of this month, because we have the final numbers and we will be publishing it, the revised version. But I would like to be cautious against disruptions that happen in a sense of the measures that we need to take from a crisis to a different crisis. And I think that this pathway of crisis will continue to happen until we have a final wording on transition. So I think on paper we would be looking like we are ready. But it depends a lot on reality of what the actual implementation pace would look like, because we are facing issues related to equipment, to services, to workforce, and so on and so forth. So there is a conscious thinking behind the mix and the way that it addresses the solutions to a potentially increasing demand. That's for sure. We see it in transport. We see it in industry. We see it also in heating and cooling. If we are to talk about power grids, of course, there is a huge investment needed there. But I would say that end of 2025, we would be in a much better position to judge if we are going to reach 2030 targets, or should we be thinking about 2035 in a sense. And that's not a problem of commitment, but it's a question of actually what is on paper to become a reality. And in a sense, again, disruptions could be seen also from a technological perspective, availability of resources, and how do we see this? We have the energy communities, for example. I would just finish with this. because there is a thinking about the big machines that were producing power a couple of decades ago, and now we are in a certain, in a sort of a different paradigm with the decentralized generation and the needs that this type of production brings into the energy system planning. I would then just conclude with the fact that maybe if we have a second roundup of consultation after the final NECP revision, we would then see there the need for choices for Romania going forward in the energy sector, in a sense that we cannot take all the solutions, put it in a sort of a magic pot and then expect results. There would be certain choices that we would need to make. There will be difficult choices, but that's the situation.
Thank you very much. And I think for major companies, utility scale companies like Hidroelectrica, for instance, you have only the choice of going forward and looking at the plans and meeting the plans through your investment and upgrades that you were talking about. Can you expand a bit on the plans that the company has in this regard, upgrading its assets, but at the same time responding to an increasing demand, energy demand in the economy, power demand?
Yeah, for sure. Romania is a country which are developing year by year, so we see that the consumption are a little bit. We see a lot of changes on the consumption side, especially because a lot of people became prosumers. This is a little bit changed the game, but on the overall picture, Hidroelectrica as a producer and as a supplier, we will continue to invest in our capacities, and also we are continuing to focus on our operational efficiency. 2 years ago, we started to be a player on the supply market. Now we have around 12-13% of the supply market, and still a lot of space to grow. Of course, we are in the last 2 years after COVID, due to the regulation, we have let's say a regulated market, but we are coming now to an end. We'll see starting from next year how the market will evaluate. Until then, we have to focus on our investment plans. We have to focus on developments. We are not focusing only on investments in our core business, but we also acquired a company named Ducem Reșița. Reșița was responsible to produce 90% of hydro generators which Hidroelectrica is using right now. So we are doing all our maintenance works with Ducem. We acquired this company, now we are investing in this company to increase the value and the production capacity, to be sure that in the next years our dependency to other suppliers will be very low. Also, we are focusing on M&A market to acquire a few PV and storage capacities. We are looking very closely to see the strong opportunity to develop the company in this area as well. We still have some big investments started before 1990, which is not. They were not finished. There are some hydro plants, electric plants, which are already, let's say, in different phases, around 70-80% already, but due to the fact that some NGOs suspend our construction permit, we started to get the authorization again. Of course, the environmental permit issues are also very difficult to get. So I don't see new hydro investment from scratch because it's extremely difficult to do, but we are expecting to finalize these works in the next 2-3 years. One is Restolița, which is very close to the end, hopefully before the end of this year or latest and beginning of next year. Also, the Bucharest investment, they are also very close to the end. We have around 250, 300 megawatts in different phases of execution. We are looking forward to finalize these works and also to increase our capacities due to refurbishment and modernization works. So a new energy strategy is coming. Thanks for the Ministry of Energy's effort, because the last years we lost some time because it's a very important document for all the industry. And as a listed company, we'll remain extremely connected with the new technologies, with the new developments, new investments to bring value for the shareholders and also for the Romanian state as a shareholder in our company.
Maybe a quick follow-up, the same question. Do you see grids as being one of the bottlenecks for the next years going forward, increasing supply capacity? Do you see grids as big an issue or not that much given the plans that you've mentioned?
In the last 3-4 years, distribution companies started investment projects. I see that on the agenda of the regulatory authority, there's a very strong focus on delivering the targets and to push everybody to make these investments. The market is growing. The needs of the consumers are increasing year by year, and that means that distributors they should increase their investments, because otherwise the network will not work. It's the same situation we had 20 years ago in the mobile networks. Yeah? So everybody invested in the networks, and after that, better quality, better prices came immediately.
Thank you. Mr. Popescu, going back to you, so natural gas is one of the reasons, one of the ingredients that Romania has going forward in exporting and being a supplier of energy security and energy resilience in the region. And I would like to understand your view on that, but also understanding how important infrastructure is. We were talking about grids, but pipelines are equally important when it comes to this option that Romania has and the support that it could give to neighboring countries and to the European Union as a whole. What is your view on that, and how do we stand there? How is the region at the moment in that sense?
Well, I think before discussing pipeline and discussing grids, we have to start from the production side, because if you don't have production, then all the others, I think, are totally unnecessary. So here comes into play the Neptune Deep project, which Romgaz has entered more than 2 years ago. Right now, the project is ongoing with our target to have first gas in early 2027. And Neptune Deep is a transformational project, both for Romgaz as a company, but also for the entire Romanian state, because of the extra capacity and production of gas it will bring to the market, not only securing our internal consumption and giving Romania an extra edge regarding any type of gas consumption or any type of chemical plant that could be built in Romania, but also giving this security to our neighbors, because as we see, Transgaz is building the Tuzla-Podișor pipeline. We have the interconnections with Moldova, we have the interconnections with Bulgaria and Hungary, which are working right now. So these are the prerequisites of bringing this gas. Also, we're seeing our grids develop, our natural gas consumption to the local household, which has extended, which is extremely important. So I think this prerequisite has to come from the production side, mostly because Neptune Deep will bring this security to Romania and to the region. That's why Romgaz has its biggest investment plan that it has ever had. Up to 2027, we are talking above 2 billion euros investment. We also have in the final stages of construction the long-awaited Iernut power plant, which is encounters so many mishaps and headaches along the way. We are confident that the first megawatt of energy will be sent to the system in such important node of the country, right inside the Carpatic Arch, and also the fact that the Neptune the Iernut power plant is very, very good for the balancing market. That will help Romania exactly what we're seeing today, and that this balances, it will bring a bit more, let's say, stability to the entire Romanian grid.
Thank you very much. Raul Dudău, we are talking about, obviously, the critical role of conventional energy suppliers and players, but at the same time we do have rather new technologies and options across the value chain. So we are talking about, let's say, new types of producing energy, be it offshore, be it other solutions in that regard. We are talking more and more about the need for storage, for flexibility options. We are talking about energy communities and different ways of consuming energy. And to link everything together, we should also be discussing about digitalization as a whole, as a concept of bringing everything together. How do you see everything unfolding? And at the same time, how do you see the mix of conventional and very relevant, let's say, technologies together with this new generation of tools that we have across the value chain, once again, not only on the supply side?
You are totally right that some new directions, which maybe in other places aren't so new anymore, such as digitalization of the energy sector, has been mentioned around for a while now, but with little action or even recognition. Now, both the energy strategy and the NECP, the National Energy and Climate Plan, recognize the importance of digitalization in energy. And indeed, Romania is a country with a vibrant IT sector that is ready to make a substantial contribution to digitalization in the energy sector. So this is a critical direction where I see plenty of room for growth and optimization and efficiency. Other than that, other technologies that are critical, for instance, for other industry in the Romanian economy, such as the carbon-intensive industries, carbon capture and storage. There is an extra reason I'm mentioning CCS. It's not just because, for instance, the cement industry or also the steel industry are dependent on such technologies for their own decarbonization, but because the main players of the energy sector for most of its history, namely the oil and gas companies, would thus have a very substantive way of becoming pillars of the transition. So I wouldn't expect the national oil and gas company to just diversify their portfolios by incorporating PV and wind parks, but also to use their core business in developing technologies. And CCS is definitely one. Another is geothermal, deep geothermal, which critically depends on the ability of such companies to drill and to build this single loop technologies that are so much invested in the US. So I think Romania could be a trailblazer in showing that companies that developed in the past and built the energy sector for decades and even more than 100 years can keep up and then contribute with their core knowledge and skills to this new technologies. And then just to finish up on this question, we also have to think not about just the technologies of the 2030s, but also of the 2040s. We have to realize that, for instance, energy storage is not just a choice between batteries, or else pump storage, which has a 10-year lead time, but that other technologies are developing as we speak, very promising, such as thermal storage with very high efficiencies. And again, the US is the place where we're seeing most of the research and development on that. And then, as has been mentioned in the previous panel, the next generation of nuclear reactors, smaller, advanced anyway. So Romania has this distinguished track record of, let's say, technological openness, and this is a strong point, and we should capitalize on that further on.
If I can follow up on that, and maybe I can start the last set of questions with you again, Radu. From an investor's perspective, looking at the context, the European context, 2030, 2040 targets, and as well as on the potential that Romania has in this regard, what would investors need to know about what is coming next for Romania and for the energy sector here in the region? What would be your take on that?
Well, first of all, investors need, well, clarity and predictability. This
Right.
is the
mantra,
the tired answer that we always provide. But other than that, I know for the fact that Romania is an attractive country for its energy sector, not just for the diversity of its resources, but also for its human capital in the domain. We just need to progress on legislation and regulation and let's say institutional flexibility. But I'm confident that this need has already been acknowledged all around, and that will be able to meet the interest of investors.
Thank you very much. Mr. Răzvan Popescu, I'll turn to you, and I'm trying a bit to bridge our final points with the next panel that looks into Ukraine, that looks more into regional cooperation. As I said before, and you were detailing about the role that Romania can play in the region, and especially when it comes to gas and gas security, energy security, and building resilience and supplying resilience. What do you think should be the role going forward in supporting Ukraine, in supporting neighboring countries in their enlargement ambitions? What would be the role that Romania can play in this regard in their energy transition, at the end of the day, processes?
The energy transition, as we view it right now, and given the fact that Romgaz will hike production so much, this has to come in parallel with a decarbonization policy. Because as Radu has detailed a bit early, the part of CCS, the necessity for oil and gas companies to invest in CCS, to have projects that will capture and store carbon, I think are of the utmost importance. Also, the moment that a country does have its own gas and can cover its own energy security, then it has the possibility and the proneness to help its neighbors and to ensure this energy stability in the area. But first and foremost, we have to do these investments keeping into mind, especially for a gas company, the need for energy and a proper energy mix. That's why Romgaz is also diversifying into investing in green energy. But not only, we are also looking at CCS. We are also trying to work with advisor, because indeed we have the expertise in gas, but carbon, let's say, it's a bit of a different animal in this respect, and it needs a bit more coverage in this respect. But I'm confident, and I have two projects with my colleagues from the EMP department to have this part of CCS and to do some pilot programs that can be done. We are looking also at the Iernut power plant to have a carbon capture in the plant, which is internal and can be done internally. Which this is a very, very important thing given the costs that CCS will bring.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borbeli. A similar question to you. Electricity is also obviously very important for the region, and Romania has the right ingredients to be a supplier of electricity and of power generation in the region. What do you see the role that Romania should play for neighboring countries and the region as a whole?
Yes, a lot of challenges on the regional side, but I think that for the moment Romania, the production companies in Romania, they do a very good job to produce what we need internally and assuring the stability of the Romanian electricity system. In this way, we can contribute and also to export in some countries where we have some, let's say, good markets. We have now exports in Moldova, Ukraine, even in Hungary and other countries. But also Hidroelectrica, we had discussion and analysis from some expanding businesses on the region. But for the moment, we are focusing all our efforts to do our business well done in Romania, and then we will see how we can do more business abroad. For sure, the main important thing for us is to increase our capacity, to invest more in our hydro units, to increase the lifetime of these hydro units, and to deliver enough energy for the Romanian electricity system. And then, if we have enough energy to sell abroad.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sorin-Elisei, I will close the panel with you with a similar question, basically. Over the past years, Romania has supported Ukraine, Moldova as well, in facing the challenges that we've seen in the energy transition and in the energy security, let's say, dimension. What would be the role of Romania going forward to support Ukraine's reconstruction, because that's the topic of the next panel, as well as support Moldova in its challenging achievements and objectives? What should Romania look like in a couple of years in that regard?
I think we have some simple answers here. According to our energy strategy, we have full and unconditional support for the Republic of Moldova. And I would say the following: if we are able to meet this competitive pricing, given the smart choices that we will make in the investment in the power generation area, we would be able to become a net exporter or a supplier of security in the region. And the role of Neptune Deep in this context should not be seen as should be seen from this perspective. So. But I would say that we really need to focus on the fact that balance-wise, on a yearly basis, we might say that we are exporters or we are importers, whereas I think that the battle goes on right now on the hourly basis, where I have enough flexibility, where I have enough capacity to support also my neighbors in terms of need. And last remark on this: if this transition is going to happen, if the security of supply in the region needs to happen, then everybody needs to be on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all my panelists, and please join me in thanking them and giving a round of applause to the panel. Thank you very much. And for the next moment, it is my pleasure to invite Minister Burduja on the stage for an important announcement. Thank you very much.
So I think we can all agree that the Romanian energy sector looks good. Very, very competent, tremendous people. So at the end of this panel, dedicated to Romania's engagement in the strengthening of the energy security, towards decarbonization in the very difficult environment at the Eastern European border, I am delighted to announce a scholarship program for students and specialists in the field of energy from Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania, 450 scholarships. And in this respect, it's my pleasure and honor to invite my friend Eric Stewart. Eric is the CEO of ACIBA, and Angeles Chavez, the Chief Executive Officer of AC Language School, to present the program. Please join me on stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Mr. Minister, it's good to see you again. Appreciate the introduction. You can see the scholarships are literally sitting on the table right in front of us, 450. And I have the pleasure to introduce Angeles Chavez, who is the CEO of AC Language School. She came up with this idea to give these scholarships to make sure that the Romanians, the Ukrainians, and the Moldovans are all speaking the same language and all working towards the same goals in the field of energy. And so I have the pleasure, she sits on my board, and I have the pleasure to introduce her and let her introduce what we've now termed RUMA, which is Romania, Ukraine, Moldova, America, although we're not getting any scholarships from this side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, honored delegates, esteemed colleagues, and distinguished guests. My name is Angeles Chavez. I am the CEO of AC Language School, and it is a great privilege to stand before you in this event. In the world of energy, we find ourselves at a crossroads that face unprecedented challenges and opportunities. The global energy is evolving at an extraordinary pace, driven by technological advancements, environmental imperatives, and geopolitical shifts. As we navigate this complex reality, one thing is clear: the need to prepare the leaders of tomorrow has never been clearer and more critical. The future of energy hangs on our ability to cultivate the new generation of visionaries, innovators, challenge takers, who can breed sustainability and resilience. These future leaders must be equipped with not only technical expertise, but also with a profound understanding of the multifaceted dynamics that shape the global energy sector. They must be ready to lead with an unwavering commitment to a greener and more equitable world. It is with this vision in mind that I'm thrilled to announce the RUMA Scholarship Program. Romania, Ukraine, and Moldova. Eric Stewart, in his quest for a better tomorrow, conceived the idea of RUMA. That reflects his dedication of fostering future leaders in the energy sector. In a partnership with Eric, we are committed to present these scholarships that will empower 450 leaders of tomorrow. The RUMA Scholarship Program is more than an educational initiative. It is a catalyst of innovation and beacon of hope. Through a comprehensive training across various energy disciplines, hands-on experiences, we aim
to prepare the leaders of tomorrow. These scholars will not only emerge as experts in the fields, but also as ambassadors of international cooperation and champions of sustainable development. We strongly believe that by investing in education and fostering global collaboration, we can unlock the potential of the next generation to build a resilient energy future. This initiative reflects our deepest CEO belief in the power of knowledge, the importance of inclusivity, and the necessity of a collective effort to achieve our goal. As we embark on this transformative journey, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our partners, our supporters, and all of those who share our vision. Together, we can and we will make a difference. Together, we will prepare the leaders of tomorrow to live the challenges of today with courage, creativity, and conviction. Thank you. And let us move forward with determination and hope, knowing that the future of energy lies in the hands of those we educate and inspire today. Let us work together to ensure a brighter, more sustainable future for all. Thank you. An honor. This is a sample of the 150 scholarship, 1 year long.
So they can scan the barcode with their phone, and then they'll be signed up basically to get the scholarships.
Sorry, it's so warm.
Please, no, you go ahead.
Then we move to the center.
Yes, let's go there.
Anything you need from me, you ask.
Same here.
Thank you very much. We will begin our last panel of the day shortly, so stay with us for just a couple of moments. So we are resuming our conference with the last panel of the day. So if I can kindly ask you to take your seats back for the last session of the day. As I was mentioning in the previous panel, this topic is probably more important than it has ever been. The third year of ongoing war in Ukraine calls for an important conversation on these topics. So with that, I would like to introduce our moderator for the next session that is called Building a Transatlantic Public-Private Partnership for Ukraine's Recovery and Reconstruction. And with that, I'm very honored to introduce Mr. Josh Volz, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Office of International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Energy. Mr. Volz, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'd like to welcome you all here to this afternoon's panel. I know that it's been a very long day and a very warm day, but as was previously mentioned, this is an incredibly important and incredibly timely topic, and we're blessed to have so many experts on this panel here to discuss that. I'd like to welcome you all to the 5th Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation Ministerial here in Bucharest. And a special thank you to our Romanian hosts who have helped make this year's meeting a reality. Our partnership is unique in that we look to bring together partners for innovative solutions to today's energy challenges. Synergies between the private and public sector is key to a long-term in achieving a sustainable relationship. We really appreciate you joining us to hear the panel discussion this afternoon, bringing the Transatlantic Public-Private Partnership for Ukraine's Recovery and Reconstruction to the forefront. I would like to first introduce our panelists. Dr. Andrew Light is the Assistant Secretary for International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Energy. Ms. Clara Staicu, State Secretary for Romania Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Margaret Constantino, Executive Vice President for Corporate Affairs for Westinghouse. And finally, certainly last but not least, my friend, Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine, Roman Andorak. I'd like to offer the first question to you, Deputy Minister Andorak, to set the scene for the panel. As we gather here in Bucharest to discuss the future of regional cooperation in energy, Russia seeks to deliberately deprive millions of people of the lifelines of civilization ahead of this coming winter by attacking Ukraine's critical energy infrastructure. When we lose electricity, we not only lose light, we lose the lifelines that support modern civilization. Loss of electricity threatens the operations of hospitals, people's access to life-saving health care. Loss of electricity also affects metropolitan sewage systems, water cleaning processes, and finally disrupts vital communication pathways. Deputy Minister Andorak, we are witnessing the 3rd year of this brutal war, and we're coming up against another winter, with this winter predicted to be more brutal than the last 2. Many of the incentives for investing in Ukraine's energy sector are focused on the long term. However, what opportunities do you see for the public sector engagement to help meet Ukraine's short-term energy needs?
Thank you, Joshua. Russian Federation hasn't stopped its energy terror for a minute since the start of its invasion in February 2022. And shellings basically on energy infrastructure continue as we speak. Just overnight, they attacked Shoska thermal power plant, which was even not generating electricity at the moment. Since the start of the Russian aggression, we lost half of our generation capacities. We reached 9 gigawatts we lost 9 gigawatts of power since last March. It's almost the same generation capacity as there is in Slovakia, 2 times Latvia, Lithuania, and 10 times Moldova. So a small European country. Every day, around 7-8 million Ukrainians experience, as we speak, every minute experience a rolling blackout that lasts 8 to 12 hours a day. Imagine you have a baby. Imagine you depend on health facilities. Just for regular people, it's really a challenge to survive, to come through. And if we don't feel the front line in our offices, we definitely feel the consequence of the Russian energy war on us. Deficit overall in the system reaches around 30%, so around 1/3 of the needs is missing, and this is actually really challenging for the economy, for businesses to operate in current situations. So we fully understand that we will not be able to cope with this situation only alone without the engagement of our private sector and with the society. And we try to build a reliable dialogue with the society. We try to explain our people what is the reason and what to do in this situation, how to put less strain on the system. I'm happy to let you know that in our efforts, Ukraine became the first, not Ukraine became, but the energy became the first sphere to benefit from Ukraine facility established by the European Union. Last week, we signed the first financing agreement to strengthen our capacities within the European network of transmission system operators. We also take measures to stimulate deployment of renewable energy generation and attract investments where it is possible. So we took a number of steps to deregulate, to simplify administrative burden, such as regulation of construction, such as connections to grid, gas, heat, electricity networks, and for the period of martial law, we simplified procedures for deployment and placement of gas and piston generations. We took financial decisions to support our society in terms of deploying or boosting their private energy resilience. The government decided to compensate financing for installation of rooftop solar up to 10 kilowatts with batteries. We took a decision to apply so-called 579 programs that provides cheap financing to deployment of gas piston generation, also for solar and wind. So we are looking at all spheres we can simplify, where we could ease the deployment, where we could let our citizens do their job and to boost and to strengthen their own energy resilience. This, of course, provides opportunities for businesses that can participate in those undertakings. And we are happy that businesses maintain their links, they strengthen their ties, they try to develop projects, not waiting for the end of the war. Finally, I would say that we are very serious about integration with the European energy market. As you probably know, we have started already negotiations on the EU accession, and we are quite advanced on the so-called market coupling, when our companies would be easily trading electricity on the ancillary solar services on the European energy market, just the Europeans do. With the same rules, with the same principles, well known for all traders, for all companies. So this is something what we can offer already now, and this is what we already do. Once again, a main principle, together with the society, together with businesses, together with our partners.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Anderak, for your thoughtful answer. It's clear that there's a number of things that you're focusing on, including access to EU financing and really trying to make the deployment of renewable energy assets, both for civilians at home and on a larger scale, fast-tracked to bring those energy resources online quickly. Dr. Light, as we start off this year's P-TECC Ministerial with today's business forum, we are emphasizing that the heart of this transatlantic partnership is not only our mutual support for the region in our public institutions, but also the essence of innovation made possible by the private sector, engagement and support in the energy sector as well. Russia's war in Ukraine has tested the resiliency of our alliance across governments. When it comes to rebuilding Ukraine's energy sector, what would you like to say to the influential, innovative, and eager business representatives in the audience today?
Thanks very much, Josh. So let me just start by telling you just a little bit of a story. The first time I ever went to Ukraine was in August of 2021, which was the 30th anniversary of Ukrainian independence. And Josh, you know this well because you were on the trip with me, and Secretary Granholm. She was leading the first presidential delegation that she's led as a member of the U.S. cabinet. So that's when President Biden is invited to something overseas. He's not able to make it, so he delegates it to a member of the cabinet. Secretary Granholm led the delegation, and it was still COVID times, right? So just a few of us went on that trip. And I must say that two things really stand out for me from that trip, in addition to the incredible partnership that we started with Minister Halashenko, Roman, Yaroslav, who's now moved on to other things, former deputy minister, and others on the Ukrainian Ministry of Energy team. First was threat. The Ukrainians alone were warning the rest of Europe at that time that they should not rest easily on the idea that supplies of energy from Russia were any kind of guarantee. And they were absolutely right. And they reminded those parties who attended that meeting, and I think it was mostly all European countries except for the United States, present at that 30th anniversary of independence, and also what President Zelensky called the Crimea Forum, to remind people that they were still an occupied country, and this is before the most recent war broke out, that while Russia talked a good game, they had started the previous invasion through an attack, a cyber attack through the electricity infrastructure, that this was likely to happen again if things heated up, and that European countries could not rely on Russia as a supplier of natural gas. There was a lot of skepticism, frankly, at that meeting, but they were absolutely right. The second thing that I saw there was opportunity. Ukraine then, and Ukraine still will be, a net clean energy exporting country to the rest of Europe. And it was mostly built on the back of their enormous capacity from nuclear energy, half of their clean electricity capacity, and then building quickly on top of that opportunities, solar, wind, and even then and still now, interest in hydrogen and other more advanced fuels. And so we, at that time, made the decision, as we were beginning just the first year of the Biden-Harris administration, our new package of our most sophisticated partnerships with countries around the world, which is called Net Zero World, where we work with countries to help them to get to net zero emissions by 2050. It includes a range of countries, very big, G20, developing countries like Indonesia, Argentina, India, and others, and then other countries that we saw could be net clean energy exporters in their regions and bring up the capacity of other countries. Including that country are countries like Nigeria, Egypt, Chile, and Ukraine. And so Minister Halashenko joined with Secretary Granholm in launching that program at the COP in Glasgow that November in 2021. That's what we saw. And then the war broke out, and we still see that potential. And that is incredibly important to remember. So even in the midst of the destruction that Roman just outlined, And we estimate the amount of destruction of the infrastructure at least 12 billion easily. And I must say, just as an aside here, and I will never stop saying this, the Russian attacks on, beginning with the distribution, electricity infrastructure, and now on power generation, are attacks on the civilian population. Make no mistake of that. The intent here is to make the cities unlivable. The intent here is to initiate a refugee crisis. That is the intention. And the intent also, when they shut off gas to the rest of Europe, including to countries here, Romania, actually beginning with Bulgaria and Poland, was to drive our alliance apart, to break us. And they have not succeeded. And so that is one of the reasons why this forum remains so important to us, because it's not just about our transition to clean energy, but our transition to an energy security future in the face of one of the most acute threats that it has faced historically so far. Even though there's been $12 billion worth of damage, at the Ukraine Assistance Conference we just had several months ago, our Ukrainian colleagues presented an opportunity of $67 billion in investment based on not only reconstruction, but picking up on the plans that they had pre-war to move forward, which the United States is committed to helping them to see to fruition. And even in the midst of attacks in 2022, the Ukrainian government added 120 megawatts of solar onto the grid. I'm sorry, $150 million of investment of solar onto the grid, and 146 megawatts of wind onto the grid, even in the middle of those attacks. So in the worst, one of the worst possible environments, they've still managed to create investment opportunities. And that is where we urge the private sector to look carefully about the opportunities moving forward. Now, so many companies represented here in this room and at the P-TECC Forum have worked with us with respect to emergency equipment provision to help for emergency reconstruction of the grid. When the first attacks on the grid started in the fall of 2022, my office had some money available from the first Ukraine supplemental that we passed through the Congress, and with that we were able to procure some 900 pieces of high voltage electricity equipment using private sector networks in the United States and get them to Ukraine. Many other countries represented here did the same. Many other countries continue to do more of that, including Romania and others. And we will need to do more. But we think that it is not too early at all, and now is absolutely the moment for you to use your initiative, use your ability to move quickly when enabled by governments to move into investment opportunities there. And Ukraine is making that possible, and they are producing the roadmaps to do this. So just a few weeks ago, the Ukrainian government passed its National Energy and Climate Plan, shooting for a target of 27% renewable electricity by 2030 and even deeper measures for diversification. I encourage you to look at that plan, look at the opportunities, look at the work that we're doing through our Net Zero World project, represented here by some of our national lab partners, Argonne National Lab, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in Colorado, and 8 and 7 other national labs in our 10 lab unit that is working with Ukraine and others in the Net Zero World Partnership to help them to create those roadmaps, to scope out projects, to be able to identify changes in measures, changes in regulations, initiatives, all kinds of things, incentives, packages, to be able to jump into those opportunities as quickly as possible. We will work with you to do that. There are investment opportunities already to begin with in Ukraine, and we encourage you to take them up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Light. It's clear that there's a tremendous amount of opportunity in Ukraine for investment in clean energy, and also really appreciate your call to action by the private sector to be part of that solution in blunting Russia's attacks on civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. State Secretary Staiku, besides missiles, bombs, and drones, Russia uses its main leverage against the European continent vis-a-vis the vehicle of energy. Over the last 3 years, we've been progressing towards a more energy-independent continent in Europe while simultaneously supporting Ukraine's energy independence. What do you think European governments can do better to support those businesses seeking to enter the Ukrainian market to support Ukraine's energy transition, as Dr. Light just so eloquently laid out?
Well, thank you very much, Josh, and thank you very much for this invitation. I think that this is a crucial topic for the P-TECC format, as the conflict in Ukraine consistently influences our regional cooperation planning. So congratulations for choosing this topic. It is indeed essential that we start preparing the ground for the Ukrainian reconstruction, and absolutely there should be a robust transatlantic approach to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. There is an urgency to address the short-term needs of Ukraine, and we've heard Vice Minister just a few moments ago about the needs and the situation there. Preparation for the upcoming winter is essential, as the attacks of Russia against the Ukrainian energy infrastructure keep coming. I remember I was in Brussels last year in preparation for last winter, and there was a lot of support and there was a lot of mobilization needed, and probably this is going to be needed also this year, maybe even more. So therefore our attention should be concentrated on ramping up EU and transatlantic support in providing Ukraine with a safe passage for this winter, and therefore there are three areas that we think of. First is to protect their energy infrastructure, second is to replace the damaged equipment, and thirdly, and of course to repair the energy system, and thirdly to export energy to Ukraine when needed. Romania has been assisting Ukraine bilaterally, as well as at EU level as much as possible on some of their immediate needs in terms of energy generation and supply. And we have been instrumental in facilitating the rapid synchronization of the Ukrainian energy system to the European Union 2 years ago, and we have supported the increase of transport capacity. Our TSO offers emergency support to Ukrenergo via a contract. There have always been components and equipment that have been identified by Romanian operators, which could be used to help rebuild lost capacity in Ukraine. And also we have refurbished gas interconnection points in order to allow for reverse flow with Ukraine, and will continue to do so. These interconnections might be crucial for the Ukrainians in the heating sector for this winter. A special point from MFA point of view, we have trilateral meetings of Foreign Affairs of Romania, the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine, and energy support and interconnection has also been on the agenda of this trilateral latest one, taking place in July of this year. Also, I have to mention here the importance to build new high voltage power lines between the EU member states, of course, particularly Romania and Ukraine. Now, what we can further do on the short term is to consolidate these efforts and to identify and attract new private stakeholders and know-how to deliver extra support. That would be a first. These efforts could be joint ventures that in the long run can anchor the future reconstruction process. As it is the case with private companies, investment predictability and security are essential elements. Therefore, we need to underline constantly our political engagement in supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. What else can be done? To set up an investor-friendly environment that will encourage the long-term involvement of international partners and, of course, private stakeholders. Focus should be set on engaging and integrating the energy network of Ukraine with the European energy network, also to develop energy production capacity in Ukraine, especially in the clean energy sector, to make sure Ukraine is implementing key reforms in transitioning towards our goals as part of the EU accession process. All these should offer significant business potential to the private sector. What other example we might have is an initiative aiming at offering adequate technical assistance to Ukraine for the redesign and rebuild of its power grid. That would be an action that can be developed by utilities under the P-TECC framework. Also, we might start thinking of flagship projects for Ukraine under the P-TECC auspices, for instance, to cover new tech development, innovation in the energy sector, be it production or transportation. There is one thing that I really need to underline here, and that is that we need to build on the European Union support and stepping up support for the energy sector of Ukraine. As an example, the Energy Support Fund set up by the energy community under the guidance of the European Commission has gathered 500 millions, which are already engaged in energy projects in Ukraine. So we have to build on these initiatives. There needs to be a sustainable and European reconstruction process in Ukraine. And reconstruction should be done to foster economic growth while advancing the European agenda of Ukraine also. So the reconstruction is connected both to the European agenda of Ukraine, also to the democratic reforms, and last but not least, to the regional stability. So basically, we need to get this right. And for the sake of Ukraine, but also for the sake of stability in this part of Europe. Several last, I promise, points on the process of reconstruction. First, the European integration of Ukraine should guide the whole reconstruction process. We don't only need to build back better, but we need to build a European Ukraine. The second one, the reconstruction should be mindful of the need to advance Ukraine integration into the single European market. Thirdly, there should be a regional dimension. When designing projects, we need to have in mind the Republic of Moldova, for example, as well. The Russian aggression made clear that the Republic of Moldova's stability is essential also for Ukrainian and regional security. And the fourth point is the active participation of public but also the private sector. The rule of law, level playing field for businesses, consolidating transparency and predictability, aligning public procurement mechanisms with European standards. All these are just several elements that will encourage the private sector to invest in Ukraine's reconstruction. So, if I may end up, the EU support provided under the Ukraine facility reinforces the connection between economic growth, European agenda, and Ukraine reconstruction. Therefore, we are supporting the functioning of a European, democratic Ukrainian state, providing basic services to the Ukrainian people. And in the same time, we are stimulating private investments in Ukraine and supporting grassroots mechanisms for local and regional reconstruction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, State Secretary. Very much appreciate your highlighting and underscoring the enduring partnership and support that Romania has for Ukraine in this very difficult time, whether it's providing basing for logistics hubs, direct support, electricity balancing in times of scarcity. These are all things that have been critical in the continued support of Ukraine. I think another thing that was really important in your comments is emphasizing both the need for Ukraine to continue its Euro-Atlantic aspirations and its path towards integration with the EU, but also supporting the reforms that are necessary for that Euro-Atlantic integration and that EU accession. So balancing those things will be incredibly important. Ms. Constantino, besides green energy, Ukraine's nuclear energy capacity is also showing immense potential for investment. The clean energy powerhouse that Dr. Light alluded to largely rests in Ukraine's ability to really accelerate and underscore and move forward with its nuclear aspirations. Nuclear energy currently accounts for approximately half of Ukraine's generation capacity. Based on the announcement we've seen from Westinghouse in the last couple years, Westinghouse is taking action to expand its presence in Ukraine, even during the war. Can you please share Westinghouse's experience and give advice to those companies that are already in the Ukrainian energy market that are looking to expand their presence in the country?
Thank you, Josh, and appreciate the opportunity to sit on this panel. First, let me say Westinghouse has worked with the nuclear operator in Ukraine going back 20 years. Ukraine is one of the most mature nuclear countries in the world. It has among the most skilled workforce. And in particular, we really have to give our admiration to Energoatom for continuing to operate the nuclear fleet during the war in a technically efficient and safe manner, which is no small hurdle. So I really want to recognize the efforts of Energoatom in particular. As I understand, nuclear generation is now largely the majority of the baseload generation that's still up and running in country. So we've worked with Energoatom and in Ukraine for quite some time, but in the past 2 years, as you note, our partnerships have deepened and accelerated. And we're really focused on two particular initiatives. One is, how do we support Ukraine's independence on the nuclear fuel side? And second would be, how do we set them up to expand generation when we get to the point of reconstruction? On the first, we were able to move quite quickly in close collaboration with the technical teams in Ukraine to develop VVR fuel so that they could move away from relying on Russian VVR fuel. Now, that was a partnership that was accelerated since the start of the war, but it was one that had its roots going back almost a dozen years in partnership with the US government and with Ukraine. As Assistant Secretary Light has noted, they knew early that they could not rely on Russia, and they took the steps to do so. And so we started work developing the technology for VVR fuel many years ago. Then at the onset of the war, we signed an agreement with them in July of 2022 to essentially fully supply the Ukrainian fleet with nuclear fuel. And we were able to immobilize very quickly. Instead of working sequentially, we worked parallel paths across the licensing, the design, the technology, the safety elements. And as of last September, when we delivered VVR 440 fuel to Rivne, now Ukraine is fully independent of any Russian nuclear fuel supply. So that's been a tremendous success story. But as I note, even though it moved fast since the war, it started a while ago. And so I think this is a lesson for the reconstruction element of this, which is now is a time for companies to look at how they can support Ukraine and start taking the steps in partnership with them to help them think and plan ahead, because the energy generation piece and the ambition to be net exporters is a real one, and they have been in the past. And so we can position them to do that again. So that's a very important element of it, and we are humbled by the responsibility that Westinghouse has to Energoatom and to Ukraine on the fuel side. Looking ahead then, taking the same lessons learned that we need to start prepping now for these projects, is looking at deploying new nuclear reactors in Ukraine. And so we also have an agreement to look at deployment of 9 AP1000s in the country. Obviously, we are not breaking ground at this point in time, but there's a tremendous amount of engineering work that goes into the front end of a new nuclear project, and that's engineering work that can be done safely and not as a target during the ongoing war. And so we have been working closely with them to look at Khmelnytsky 5 and starting to look at what we can do now to position shovel-ready projects for as soon as the war is over. We're also working with them on finishing out units 3 and 4, along with additional safety upgrades on a go-forward basis. So this has been, we feel that a very good partnership, one where nuclear has played a very important role and will continue to play an important role, and we are very humbled to be partnered, as I mentioned. One thing I would say for companies who are interested in this space, and this is maybe a bit of a message for companies and for governments, is that we have, for this broad critical infrastructure, we're going to need financing. And the G7 export credit agencies have said that they are open for business during the war. They will underwrite projects in Ukraine. And so one thing is, it does take time. Obviously, Ukraine has a slightly different risk profile than maybe other countries that they're working with right now, but it's important to start early so that we can have these projects lined up, ready to go, shovel-ready, and get that work started now with the ECAs. I will say that Energoatom has been a very reliable commercial partner for us, even with their public service obligations. In terms of the financial side of things. As I mentioned, very technically competent operator, and so from a risk perspective, we deem them to be very low risk, but given that they are in the middle of a war, I think the ECAs are looking for an extra added layer of understanding of the risk around the financing project. So I would start early there. From the government side, I think we should absolutely be looking at how can we start cooperating between ECAs to pool some of the risk that they have to deploy these projects, and bringing together different countries who might be looking at financing the same project would be another very helpful element to kickstart reconstruction efforts.
Thank you for those comments. I think it's clear that Westinghouse has had a long-standing relationship with Ukraine, and what resonates with me with the things that you just said is the through line of, preparing before you need to actually deploy, and building the roof before the rain, which is clearly what Westinghouse has done with their relationship with Ukraine, and the ability to replace those that fuel, which has proven invaluable in allowing the power systems in Ukraine to continue to operate. I think one of the things that we need to take away from this opportunity is that there's a lot that we can focus on today to be able to accelerate tomorrow. And I think that's a really, really powerful message. So I appreciate you underscoring that. We have just a few more minutes left, and I want to give everybody a chance to kind of be able to say a few more words and wrap up. And so in doing so, perhaps I'll start with you, Dr. Light, in terms of what additional messages would you like the private sector to hear, and perhaps the people of Ukraine, as we meet here in Bucharest and try to figure out ways that we can continue to support them in their time of need?
Thanks, Josh. I'll be very brief, and I think this last point that Margaret made was terrific, which is this is part of our solidarity with Ukraine, but it's not just for the sake of solidarity, but because there actually is a real opportunity there, particularly in the energy sector. So there's the development finance institutions of the G7 Plus are open for business on this. You have to start early. There are obviously some hurdles there, but they are there to look at. And I must say that our Ukrainian partners have been responding. So I have friends from previous jobs that I've had who were in the energy business in Ukraine years before this particular attack from Russia started. There were difficulties in the business environment in Ukraine, as there were everywhere, in many other countries. And the Ukrainians, even in the midst of war, have been moving forward and looking to solve those, including on market liberalization reforms, which we find very encouraging and will potentially, I think, in fact, I would say are already leading to a better business environment in some respects than we'd seen even before, even in the midst of what's happening now. And I just want to correct one thing I said. In fact, I got it wrong. It wasn't 22, it's actually 23 when you saw $150 million of investment in solar and increase in megawatts of wind added. And that's a much more difficult phase of the war that we've gotten into in 23. And the second thing is, again, even in the midst of the war, sorry to keep repeating that phrase, but it's important to understand, because this shows the determination of our Ukrainian partners there, as well as a vast array of countries who are working to make these opportunities happen. One of the things Ukrainians had focused on before and are still determined on, energy efficiency. The first fuel, right, that's needed to meet any targets that you want to undertake in order to not only reduce emissions, but increase energy security. That sector is open for business in Ukraine, and it is something that it is not at all too early to start working on with partners in certain parts of the country to try to move forward on.
State Secretary.
If I may, my introductive speech was long enough, so I'll just try to be short at this point. What we know and what we've seen is, from the part of the Ukrainians, an incredible possibility to mobilize, an extraordinary resilience, that we can learn from, all of us, including or mostly those that are at their border. So there is also, from this stems, trust in their ability to hang in there, if I may say so, and also the trust for us to keep helping them for as long as possible, and also for business to seize the opportunities and to tap the potential already from now. Like it was very well explained, there are already possibilities, and to make good plans for later, for the reconstruction. And of course there also Romania will be at the forefront of the efforts, and we are ready to support for as long as is needed. Thank you very much.
Ms. Constantino.
Thank you. I guess I would just offer, in addition, that it's not just about deploying the capability. We also feel a responsibility to supporting the industry and to the workforce and the training. So some elements that we have already set up, some partnerships around training of operators for our new AP1000 units, which has been successfully launched. We're also looking at putting together an engineering center in Ukraine, not just for the projects there, but for the project regionally, because the jobs piece is going to be critically important to ensure that these projects are successful. And I guess I would just offer that Ukraine is standing on the front lines for all of us, and so it's really incumbent upon us to be there for them and helping them plan for the reconstruction and the revival of their industry.
Thank you. Well, Deputy Minister Andrak, we've heard a lot of opportunities, some very clear-eyed analysis of some of the challenges, and most importantly, an underscoring of the friendship and determination of everyone on this stage and all of our P-TECC partners in supporting you in your fight against Russian aggression and your drive to make sure that Vladimir Putin does not achieve through civilian destruction what he cannot achieve on the battlefield. And so I want to leave the last words with you and give you the floor to send a message both to our P-TECC partners, our private sector participants, and the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, Josh. I heard here not only perspectives, but a lot of words of solidarity and support. And I would like to tell a short story about a guy in the small city of Nikopol, just across the river Dnieper from the Parisian PP. The guy every evening has to wear a heat reflective suit and to turn on a generator that pumps water into the city. And he knows his target for attacks, and he knows his target for snipers. And when asked why he was doing that, he says there's nobody else to do it. So I take those words of solidarity and as a recognition of those efforts that my colleagues are doing in the field so close to the front line. We already spoke that no system in the world was designed to work in those conditions that ours does. However, it's probably even more difficult to build trust in the country at war in the situation we are in. And those examples, Westinghouse, Vestas, those are examples of successful cases, how we can build support despite the bombs and shellings that take place basically daily. I would like to thank for the support of European integration. It's also a confidence-building exercise. Since the synchronization of NCE, we launched trade in electricity between Ukraine and the European Union. When Ukraine was presidency in the Euro Energy Community, we adopted legislation on underground gas storages, and next year we certified our gas storages in line with the EU standards. And last year we had unprecedented levels of gas storage in Ukraine, despite the war, despite the shellings. Margaret spoke a little bit about energy independent, Ukraine independent and nuclear fuel. In fact, this effort led to European independence in nuclear fuel because 33 reactors of Russian design in the entire Europe, not only those in Ukraine, but also in the entire Europe, can now work on fuel jointly produced by Ukraine and Westinghouse, developed during the war times. So there are plenty of opportunities, there are plenty of good cases how we can build trust, how we can continue developing a new project. And I'm very grateful for the possibility to participate in this forum, as P-TECC is the really right forum. Thanks to this forum, those projects are being developed and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. I just want to echo the sentiments of everyone on this panel and my deep appreciation for the partnership of all of our P-TECC members and those that support us in these efforts. This is our 5th P-TECC, and this is the last panel on our business forum day. So I would, again, like to thank everybody for participating and invite the audience to give our panelists a warm round of applause.
And this indeed concludes today's session, the Business Forum, and the first day of the 5th meeting of P-TECC. Just like to thank everyone, speakers, for attending both in person and virtually. Thank you very much for being present the first day. I do encourage you, both those in person here and online, to join us tomorrow for the ministerial sessions. And for those in person here in Bucharest, we will have a reception in the hallway, so please join us on that as well. Thank you very much, and this is the closing of the first day. Thank you.